I'm so happy to see Patricia Ann Davis joining us and hoping that she will share some of her teachings with us as we roll through this time, not knowing when Palenque is going to show up, but always welcoming them when they do. And I would like to start us off with a song to indigenize our gathering. And I would like to share a song I think most of you may know because Rita Coolidge sang it. It's called our Cherokee Morning Song. And I would just love it if anyone wants to open their mic and join me in any way. We're not the all together now, so if you want to rattle or drum or really about anything you want to do, hold one word, hum, it's all good. We are about joining in frequency and energy, and I'm inviting you all to do that. It may have that little Zoom delay, but that's okay. We can welcome the morning in whatever way we feel comfortable. So join me, please. Windea, oh, windea, oh, windea, windea, oh, 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 hey, oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. Windea, windea, oh, windea. Windea, oh, 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 hey, oh, hey, oh, yeah, yeah. Windea, oh, windea, oh, windea, windea, oh, 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 hey, oh, hey, yeah, yeah. Windea, oh, windea, oh, windea, windea, oh, 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 hey, oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. And that is not only our morning song, that is our new beginning song. We can sing that whenever we want to facilitate the newness in our lives, in our seasons, in the moon, in the ceremonies.
Beloved sister, please return your original sound.
Thank you so much, Shonda. I always forget that little button. Yeah, we can sing that new beginning song whenever we feel newness coming into our life. The newness of spring, the new baby bear cubs that will be literally rolling down this mountain at any moment. I'm expecting to see them. They're kind of wobbly when they first come out, and I've seen them just tumble along beside their mom without finding their paws and claws quite yet. And it's a beautiful sight, especially as they run with the streams and the springs are opening up and the water's flowing. The new plants are jumping up out of the ground. I can literally see them growing overnight. And especially when the thunders and the lightning bring that nitrogen and wake us all up. I'm so honored to be holding this space this week while we bring the gathering in Palenque in and out without the linear time tools that we're all so used to. And this is actually beautiful because we are moving into indigenous led ways. And I'm so grateful to all of our allies who are recognizing us and calling us out of our ancestral hiding places, calling us into safe space and safe places so that we can share our ways and share our teachings and show you. We've shown you all week now what indigenous led can look like. I've had so many friends join here and share their teachings spontaneously, talk about spring, talk about equinox, talk about their traditions. And I'm so happy that we've been able to do this and that we continue to do this. And today I feel honored to have Patricia Ann Davis joining us, and would like to ask her if she has any spring traditions or equinox traditions that she would like to share at this time.
Again, everything of the light is in the light. And from this place where we are a spark of divinity and a light within a greater light, I make this affirmation in terms of first, my name is a boarding school colonial name, Patricia Ann Davis in Shia. That's who I'm called. And always appropriate for me to say Adonai, a Mississippi band of Choctaw and Shla, Tachit ni Bashalchin, Chata, the Ne, Edeshache, Kia Ani, Edeshanella, Ado di Yen, the Ne, Biaja Inshla, Do Nehitle, and Ado Aniya, which is a maternal and paternal lineage of spiritual self-identity. And ultimately, we're indigenous to the earth, water, fire, and air that is our actual body. And then we're existing within the environment of earth, water, fire, and air. This is the fundamental basis of equality that we're calling the holiness and the wholeness with Creator and within creation synchronistically. And we're existing in this natural order law of Hojo. Therefore, the ceremonies that are really ideal for every child in every land and every language is 5 major categories, because we're saying that we are all Nahuk Atan Ado Bela Ashla Di and Bela Ashla, which is the earth surface people, 5-finger people, humane beings. And I think that prophecies speak to this time of correction when we have forgotten who we are and what we are here to do and how we need to begin this self-reflection in song and chanting and ceremony and prayer in our personal life, so that we may understand that we are truly all related. And that's my greeting to you, Ya'at-e, Shik-e, Shidane. That's basically everything that's good, beautiful, and true is all I speak to my spiritual family and to my relatives. A teaching here, I think, that is appropriate at this time is the spring equinox. And to be brief and to simplify, the natural order law, we are honoring in terms of listening for the last thunder in the fall and autumn, because that is the beginning of the winter ceremonies. And the winter ceremonies are 9 days. They're 9 days of spiritual renewal for families and for a whole community. And then that is completed when we hear the last thunder in the spring. and that last thunder in the spring. So I would just like to convey the concept of itne is a word that speaks to igniting, like reigniting our own inspiration and motivation, as well as reigniting our fireplace in our heart, which is a sanctuary, and then the radiant sun, and even the fire at the center of the earth, in which all life requires this nourishment and this radiant love to exist within us and around us, among us, in between us, throughout our family, our extended family, our community, society. And we are putting forth the intention at this moment, at this at this precious time, for igniting within us the intention to put forth our footsteps to actualize. I think I'm going to change the word actualize to this self-realization, to realize ourself, that we make those decisions in which then we all are choosing what is constructive and life affirming. And this is concepts that come from oral tradition, and they're not coming from English language or religion or philosophy or theory or paganism or animism. It's not coming from New Age either. It's coming from these actual words that I'm speaking, and hopefully simplifying and choosing appropriate words to convey to you authentically that this language I'm using English, which is a trade and commerce language, and so I'm speaking it in a circle. A circle we're identifying as sunwise. Shabikeho is everything is moving according to the natural order of the child to the youth to the adult to elder, to spring, summer, fall, and winter, to sunrise, noon, evening, and midnight, to the white shell jewel nation. To the east and to the south is the turquoise jewel nation. And then to the west is the abalone shell jewel nation. And to the north is the obsidian or the jet jewel nation. So I'll just repeat that. Ha ashada nahokos. And this is Yolkai Batzil and is Batzil. So that's white people, and then red people, even though we're saying turquoise jewel nation, that's the sky and nature. To the west, then that's the Chetla Batzil, yellow people, the abalone shell jewel nation, and to the north, obsidian and jet. And you can see when I say for jewel nation, that this is the fundamental basis of equality among us. And that is why these prophecies are coming to fruition and manifestation today, and that we are connecting with each other on the web of life and the etheric network into the electronic, and for mass media, for mass healing. Our intention in this eternal now is supported fully, totally, absolutely by the laws that govern humanity. And that is how we have reverence for ourselves and reverence for nature, to take care of and steward, to care for each other, to care for ourselves, to take care of each other, and to take care of all that is life with creator, co-create with creator, and with creation, within creation. That's the power within us to have power with each other. And this is we are eliminating the need for power over and brute force conquest and eliminating brute force and deception. And we end our I don't want to use the word end, it's just the way that how the English language goes. I'm choosing carefully because I'm speaking to the general public. And I hope that I have conveyed to you the authentic reality of our very intention that we have power within us and to have power with each other to through our intention for constructive and life affirming decisions that benefit all of us for our collective survival, and we must use our collective conscience. And I will be here for possibly any questions thereafter. That's just about the word itne and ignite and the meaning that applies to this special lighting the fire of the at Palenque for the purposes of the symbols that we understand are telling us it is time. We're in the time to use our whole brain thinking and our intuition and our creative imagination to design creative co-creative solutions at this time with this profound beautiful event of lighting the fire with all the indigenous and helpers, allies, the coalitions, collaborate and cooperate is the teaching that I'm speaking to, that we must practice. Thank you. Although my own late father, to gratitude that he said to me at age 8, undo the thinking that caused our people so much violence and suffering. And that's what we are doing today and agreeing to do today. And thank you all.
Thank you so very much. Wado Plamia Washte. Yes.
Sister, excuse me, Grandmother Gal. Sister Patricia, there is a request to know your location in the chat.
To say that openly or put it in the chat?
I'll go ahead and say, just announce your location, sister,
Oh,
so everyone knows where you.
I was born and I grew up and I'm registered to the Navajo Nation, even though I'm half Mississippi Choctaw. I am in Belen, New Mexico. So I am between the Mescalero Apache, and south of me and north of me are the Isleta. And I'm here because I'm a whistleblower, and I was invited here to be in a safe place. I'm 3 hours from my own reservation, and I don't have land because I am sad to say that all the churches are taking the land from us. They're building their churches all over the reservation, but I cannot get land myself. I've tried many times.
Oh, wow. Thank you so much, Sister Patricia.
So let's give some thought to her offer to deepen into igniting. We are in a beautiful place to ignite some energy to bring balance. Equal day and night is balance coming back to the earth. And I have a friend who worked with General Electric here creating turbochargers, and he told me that there is enough energy to power the world in a bolt of lightning if we could only contain it. So the energy is here for us at this time of the year when the thunders return and bring that lightning that is our strongest medicine, with the lightning tree that has been struck and survived, and holds the energy for us. And how can we contain our own fire in our heart? How can we facilitate this coming back into balance with this indigenous led movement that's happening in Palenque and here on Facebook and Zoom and wherever we share with our friends and allies and other indigenous people, all of us coming together? How can we facilitate that at this time, bringing in this energy of spring and equinox balance? Does anyone have a question directly for Patricia at this time? She's opening up for questions, and it's a beautiful time for that.
Please raise your hand. We do, so we can find you. Thank you. Yes, Erica, go ahead.
Good morning, Patricia and Gail. Patricia, that is extremely disturbing to hear that the churches are taking all of the land. I remember being with the Council of the Ancient Ones before I was born, and that so many of the distortions and the lies were created for power and control. And to see it still going on so strong that you can, in your native lands, cannot get land, but the churches can. Do you see a time when that's coming, that will end?
No, it's escalating because I hesitated about whether to say that, but it was important to say that because I am creating opportunities to be visible, to educate, not only to educate from oral tradition that you don't have access to in the Western literature, but also my personal experience that that speaks to what is a reservation and why was it created and so on. People do not know, do not understand that all of the land does not belong to us, according to black ink on white paper, which were all of the treaties that were promissory note, and all of them, every single one broken, so that the reservation land, people think that that's our land and we live on our land on a reservation. That is not true. That is all federal land. And that land is, a person has to lease. It would be called, I would have to go through a home site lease. And this home site lease means that I would never own the land or own anything I put on that land. So that's part of a, I'll just be brief here, and if anybody else wants further clarification, or the basic thing here is we're talking about our identity to our connection of land, because that's our very body, and that applies to all of us. So all of us our physical body is of the earth. So this is being divisive and fragmented, creating trauma. Trauma is when I heard from Tara. She defined it so eloquently. Tara Swan. You may research her. She said this: trauma is distress unresolved, not resolved. And so that's what a reservation is: an open air prison camp, and it is a federal money laundering system among 5. So the first one was Indian reservation, military industrial complex, the also the prison system, and the Chase Bank administers food stamps, and the last one, 5, is the children and the cages at the U.S. Mexican border. So these are 5 money laundry systems that the American public doesn't know, that your tax dollars pay for using people to justify the money to contract to private industry and corporations for that money to go from the bottom to the top, from the poor to the rich. So we're watching that escalate. So my work is the other way. It's from generation elder to youth, and that's a win-win. The other one is a win-lose and nobody wins. That is the planetary cosmic revolution I spoke to the other day, that our own decision making, we do that in our personal life to undo that intention. Do you understand that I'm speaking about a mega huge systems level change that we're capable of doing in our own decision making? So that's it's part of a larger way that why and how. So in other words, Americans are paying taxes to destroy us every year through this federal money laundry system, because it's designed. Just look at other parts of the world that are in the process of a current genocide, and that we're watching what was done to us being perpetrated elsewhere. And so that's why I'm saying that it's escalating. But remember what I said, right? Remember the core teaching here. The laws of the natural order laws that exist, the spiritual law, is the power, is the will to love and will to good and goodwill. And when we align, we're in alignment. Not when we align, we are existing, we are born, and we are in alignment. It's not something we have to become or evolve or over or do in the future someday. No, we're existing. We just have to say, oh, that's the way it is, and make decision accordingly. That is the teaching here about to ignite this knowledge and this awakening, profound remembering of what is good, beautiful, and true for each of us, within us and around us, so that this false, I'm going to call it a slinky delusion.
Yeah.
It's a twistedness. It can't exist, and it can't be supported by the universal law. It's not supported. We're supported. So let's rejoice and celebrate, and that's the good, beautiful, and true, because our language is diagnostic and it's descriptive. So that's what I'm doing in the English language, and I'm giving you the root cause of the symptom of how it applies to me personally, and going all the way to the root cause of what creates trauma, and then trauma creates addiction, and that is to control and greed and power over.
Mm-hmm.
Is that a kind of a complete short summary here, answer?
Yes, thank you. Thank you so much. And I would love to add my own verb-based language experience of that. Our koala boundary here is a little different because we do own some of the land, but it operates the same way under the BIA. And in the early 90s, I was able to support Grandma Nora in bringing back our traditional ceremonies on the reservation here. And the way we had to do that was her son would hold the sweat lodge ceremony in the backyard with their fire, and she and I would sit in the front yard with another fire to camouflage the smoke. And we would have to entertain or hold in conversation peacefully the church people who came to stop us. And fortunately, we were able to persevere enough that her children have brought ceremony back onto the koala boundary to some extent, and also to North Georgia and to Serpent Mound. Her son was able to hold the last sweat lodge ceremony before COVID at the Serpent Mound site, and I honor this union with Patricia in this opportunity because we both share the Woodlands people, the true red race, native blood that is being left out of the DNA system. The DNA only recognizes East Asian yellow race, and Patricia's an interesting example. She carries both the teachings for the Plains people and the Woodlands people. And this is balance again, this is unity. So she has the unique opportunity to engage her ancestors and listen as our ways come back. The Plains people brought the energy of the sun, they came first, and then we came as the energy of the moon, bringing balance here on earth. So we're grateful for this opportunity to be in dialogue and to join ancestors in this traditional way. Are there any other questions for Patricia at this time? I don't know how much time she has to be with us, but we're grateful for everything that can be shared in this space today.
I see Jane, is your hand up? Are you off? Oh, you have to unmute yourself, Jane.
It looked like I unmuted myself, but now I really did. Thank you. Thank you for your teaching, Patricia, and to all of the people that I've learned, so that I'm learning. I'm learning about what the concerns are, what has happened, what is happening, and I feel that connection. I feel connected in my heart. I am connected and I have that spark. And what I want to know is how can I work with you to bring into form that a partnership that will make a difference so that you can have your land, so that it doesn't have to just drag on and on in a way that's out of harmony and out of integrity, out of balance and love. It's not a life supporting environment, and I want to be part of whatever in whatever way I can. I am a part of it, and I know that now. But if there's action that can be taken as a reflection of that, I would like to take action with you. So,
Well, first of all, I am not a activist. I'm an advocate, and because I'm a traditional healer and I'm initiated by my own father and trained by my authentic medicine clan people, and the reservation system is a system that we have to focus. When I say systems level change, I'm speaking to each person that can make the decision in your personal life because there's two thinking systems, okay? There is English, which is I call it Eurocentric dualistic inverse, because it's just, to be brief, it's a belief that we're born in a deficient self-image. And so indigenous people and languages cannot and do not have any concept, container, context, terminology to say we're born in a deficient self-image. You heard me say a Mississippi band of Choctaw Inchle, and that word Inchle is conveying the divine feminine of my mother and all mothers, is Twa Bashishchina. The water ceremony is going on right now. This is the spiritual word for Twa Bashishchina. Every child is born through the sacred water of the mother. And so my focus is on each person discerning, because it's a simple decision-making process. There's nothing confusing, nothing complex, nothing that is a secret. It's our own brain that we say yes or no. And the word we say no to, we call it hocho, and that conveys everything that is no good and it doesn't work, that we've been using for generations and centuries. Say no to that, and don't recruit the youth to say yes to that. That's really simple, basic. And how do we discern what is constructive? Hojo is constructive and life-affirming decision to benefit all of us. This is what I'm saying, win-win decision. I win and you win, everyone wins with their genius gift for our right livelihood and our basic survival, so that we anchor this and we do this in our personal life. And that's how we stay safe. I can't fight the tribal government. I can't confront, because I'm teaching a ceremonial process. I call it in English, indigenous ceremonial change process, in which we come to a group consensus to say, we know what is good for us, so let's choose it. And so when you say, how could you be an ally, a friend, how would you cooperate and collaborate with me, then right now you're understanding that we must all make a win-win, constructive and life-affirming decision for those outcomes. That is the elder teaching to the youth and the next generation that reframes our thinking out of divisiveness, out of violence, out of suffering. So we do that in our interpersonal self, and then we do that with each other and among each other. That's how I'm teaching, because I'm only teaching of our spiritual self-identity, and to use our thinking for what it's for its appropriate function of conscience and moral reasoning. The United States government and the Department of Interior is the Department of War. And so reservation means that it's being held until that it would just take an executive order to just pull the rug out from us and turn us over to the state to be taxed by the state and the federal. And then they're already cutting health service. We didn't really have health services anyway, but so it's just the cutting of services of health, education, social services, and so on. And yet these are the very contracts that use us for numbers as dollars to the corporations and to private industry to make those, used to be millionaires, now it's billionaires. So the only leverage point that I know is what I'm speaking to you. The leverage point is within each of us, that we have use of our faculty to align with Creator within creation. And that's the energy itself that undoes and unravels, and it burns up and it clears these crystallized thought forms that are held in place if we continue to support those lies and mega lies. And we're saying, no, we don't. Interpersonally and interpersonally, power within to have power with each other. And that's a healing to ourself, because we're coming to the resolution within ourself in this trauma where there's no resolution. And I'm not saying it's hopeless and there's no resolution. It's an exponential it's exponential that these systems are going we're deconstructing the root cause. Let me put it like that. That's where the solution is. So I'm just telling you, that's all I can do. I'm telling you exactly what I do in my personal life, my daily life, and what I teach. I am and I live and I talk what I teach. And it has brought me to this place of going on 78 years old to be speaking about what I've learned and what I know that we need to embody and be imbued with to survive this existential and apocalyptic fear that people are dealing with, and just recognize, oh, it's a call for me to love, and that's what I'm going to do. Does that make sense to you? I'm speaking from a place of spiritual identity, and I'm not saying just me or just us indigenous people, because we're all connected, we're all related, we're all one in this universe. It's the essence of substance of love. And that's what we have forgotten, that we're the conduit for that, to radiate that.
Yes. We are all connected. Yes. That's what this is all about. And your teaching is very powerful. I was, because I grew up in activist thinking mode. Yes, I would like to do more than that. And I know that that's the essence. That's what we all need to know, who we are, realize our connection. And that's the best anybody can, that's the highest thing anybody can ever do, I think. And at this time, it's what we're all called to do.
Well, there's myself and there's other people who are, we're quote, reservation Indians. And I didn't grow up in a city or community or neighborhood or town or urban area. And so we're struggling. I'm a whistleblower, so I'm on Social Security and food stamps and live totally on offerings. And so do some of the other medicine people that I know they're on a reservation where there's no food, there's no water, there's no jobs, there's no, and on there, and don't have access to that. So that's a very practical humanitarian way to make offerings to people who are, and there are rascal gurus and rascal shamans who are making mega bucks on indigenous so-called teaching, and we see them, we watch them, and then we're anchored and grounded in our own authenticity. And so there's ways to support elders whose lands are being stolen, and they don't have cell phones, and they don't have a connection to the internet, because now you have to apply for food. You have to pay for senior center for one meal a day. You have to pay for it, but you have no car, you have no cell phone, you have no way to fill out the paper, you don't speak English, and so the people who come who are at the top of those tribal governments are stealing everything from the people who need it the most. That's where the need is. I have to educate about that too. And then I see also, I see your hand.
Come on in, Erica.
I just see a most perfect love person,
That's Erica, Sister Patricia. Erica, come on in.
Yes, Patricia. When I was contemplating creating the foundation, the Most Perfect Love Foundation, which of course is about precisely what you speak of, I couldn't find words within the English language that really describes what it is that we're speaking of in love, love without condition, love which is so perfect
Mhm.
and
Perfect love and
perfected. I decided, having studied constitutional law, to incorporate the foundation as a 501c3, but as a church, so that laws can be changed and challenged within the Supreme Court to honor all beliefs, including the spiritual beliefs of the indigenous, that which you speak of. Because I grew up in a Pentecostal church, and in that religion and other religions which I've studied and visited, I have failed to see unconditional love. And I know there is a time coming very shortly where we will be able to challenge to the Supreme Court under the Religious Freedoms Act to be recognized with our spiritual beliefs, those of which you teach and which I teach. And so many within our networks are teaching now to be fully protected under the law. I don't know if that's going to make a difference. I'm 73 going on 74.
Well, let's just focus on our very in-breath and out-breath. We call our breathing, in English we say oxygen and carbon dioxide. We're saying yin, which is the perfect peace, the perfect love and peace of Creator's sacred breath. Now, listen to the power within us in our very speaking, our very breath. You said there's no word for it. Well, I'm conveying the perfect love and peace that's life itself. We're making language and sound and music the universal language, and we're moving around. We're alive and all with Creator and all creation. So we exist in this, and we're existing in this perfect love and peace, and we're not even acknowledging that we're using this love power that I'm calling the essence and substance in the whole universe as a conduit, because where our heart is, Hajine is the origin of fire. Inapakon is the fire of life in our temperature. It could be the fire in the radiant sun. Our lungs are next, which is the air, the yin. So the fire and the air, inspiration. You see, this is the power we have, and it's been used to destroy the intent to destroy with brute force and deception. That's what I'm teaching. We must say enough, say no within ourselves and our own life and family and community, and say that to our leaders who are leading us, who are attempting to recruit us to participate in our own demise by saying we can manipulate the world resources for our own benefit. So join us and let's gang up on these other people. I call that empire folly. No, right here is the power we have within us to speak accordingly, that this is the way it is. And women have been under this control and greed And we have been in transgenerational woundedness and trauma because we've been under this, we've been in distress with what appears to be no solution, no resolution. But look at the women today. The women are saying, we're the life giver and nurturer. So that's the healthy teamwork between the feminine, divine feminine life giver, nurturer. The male is the protector, provider. That is the healthy helping teamwork between male and female that we must restore in this male dominant, female submission world. That's the correction we are making here. That is existing within us and between us, to undo the animosity and aggression within us and between us that escalates into nations warring. It is, I'm speaking in a way to bring it to our own decision, that we decide with discernment of what is true for us and what is good for us. And we have that capacity. So I could say a lot more about the language, but you get the idea when I say healthy helping teamwork, like it takes both hands and it takes both wings of an eagle to fly, and this teamwork is the male life task, protector, pervert, the male life task of protector, provider. What almost came out of my mouth is no more sexual predator and perpetrator, but protector and provider. So that means to ensure, to guarantee the leadership means male with the healthy helping life giver nurture of female ensures there's no hunger, there's no poverty, there's no sickness, disease, there's no premature death, like war and suicide and homicide and sickness and so on. This is not like unattainable. This is what was given to us originally, that we're not choosing and we're not honoring and living. It's that simple. That's why the root cause, just deconstruct it, because it doesn't work, and it doesn't. A lie will never be true, no matter how many people believe it or how long they believe it. It will never be true. So just live your truth. Is that?
Thank you.
Is that
Last night,
is that practical to our right now?
it is if we make it practical.
That's what I'm saying. I'm doing my part. Do your part. Let's all do our part. I'll do my part. I connect with you. We all connect. Let's do our part. And we all do our part as a conduit of this love, this perfect love and peace of Creator, within creation that we are. Just saying yes or no. That's our own intention and decision. And there are only those two intentions. Destructive and death producing, that's win-lose and nobody wins, or it's constructive and life affirming, and that's we all win with our gifts for our collective survival. What is beneficial to all, we call it original instructions for making the decisions for the greatest good, for the greatest number of people. And that's not hard. That's not confusing. That's not complex. That's yes or no. That's all. I choose, I discern it, and I choose that. And every decision I make, these are the criteria for my values clarification. What do I value and what do I cherish? And what do I want to perpetuate For what? Guess who? Our own children, our own grandchildren, our own loved ones, and to the next generation. I hope it makes sense in English, in Navajo, and in English.
Uh-huh. Brother
Yeah.
Michael, you had your hand up. Did you have a comment or question for Sister Patricia?
Thank you for unmuting me there, sister. Thank you very much for being in this sacred space. Have a picture here of a ceremony, a simple one, that is bringing in the vibration of the masculine and feminine together in the most simplest way, of which Patricia speaks about. And it's the act of being rebalancing the masculine and feminine. Now, when I speak about that, I speak about the masculine and feminine as the root of life itself. The woman is the one who is the giver of life, the water, and the males are the keeper of the fire that come to protect the woman. And so in this ceremony that we do for 11 minutes, well, 22 minutes in total, and it's done in total silence. And it's about just balancing the self with the other in silence. And so the women, as you see in our circle here, are holding the water, facing outward into the universe as creators of the universe. And the males are sitting with holding the fire, looking in the direction of the feminine. So that silence for 11 minutes is to balance each of the seven of the each of the one's own masculine feminine that we have within our own boundaries of our skin. And so this consciousness is about bringing that balance, drawing the balance, because everybody is imbalanced in these times, in these ways. And it's a systematic aspect. So in this balancing ceremony, it's just a quiet 11 minutes looking into the eyes of the other person across and allowing that energy balance. What one needs, the other provides in that exchange of energy. And so that silence is there as the intention. It will vibrate from the circle. Then into the next 11 minutes of the 22 minutes, we turn around. And so the women take that energy and recombine that into the essence of the circle that they bring. The memory of that first 11 minutes is held sacred and brought into the circle for the women to protect and to discern, while the men, the masculine, face outwards with the fire in protection, while that reunification process is happening, again in silence of that. This ceremony was a vision of a sister from in Europe, and when she spoke of this to me, it was the natural essence of that I have in my heart that was given to me by my mother in the balance of respect of self and the other. And so we practiced this circle, and it was very, very profound. Water from the eyes were shed. um, in those moments as well, of the growth that was happening within each other, and that rebalancing was being felt. A very powerful moment. And I just wanted to share with that the essence of my sister Patricia speaks about is from the time of the birth when we come from the water and we land and onto the land, we come out onto the land. That is the second connection, and it is the fire that comes out onto the land to light the way forward. And so this um, first way of being of life is where the root of the attacks of this systematic reversal and control mechanisms. Patricia spoke about these backwards inverse ways. So this is the inverse way of which I speak about, and what she speaks about is this control mechanisms, and perpetrated by, as our sister says, the lie is still a lie. Doesn't matter who believes it on forth and so. I just
Wow.
wanted to share that. I'm very powerful. Thank you very much, Sister Patricia. And my heart is just so full that I'm sitting in the room with Gail and you to come together. I hold your 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 hearts of wisdom to the highest uh, as my own
Thank you, Brother
nature.
Michael.
Wow, that's really beautiful, because that is exactly the core of what I'm also asking people to do their part. You have captured the word inverse, and we take that inverse into the affirmative. We untwist and we aligned. We align it. What people don't, you also said a key word, acknowledge. So a ceremony is acknowledge. That means I understand and I know, and then I know what to do and what to say and what decisions to make. So I was naming the divine feminine within the female. It's like a figure 8, just like whole brain thinking, right brain, left brain, within the person, for us, it's the right side that is the divine feminine. So there's the divine feminine within the female and the divine masculine within the female. The same with the male and a male body. Of course, he has a mother and he has a father. So that's procreation. So the male also has a divine feminine, life giver, nurturer, and a protector, provider, divine masculine. And then between the male and the female. So that's interpersonal and interpersonal. That is where we have to have ceremony and correct. And we have to correct this within ourselves, because we're existing right now in this trauma of animosity and aggression within us for being dominated and having to be submitted. And then the dominators, the doing wound, the perpetrator has a doing wound, the victim has a being wound, and both are equally wounded. So the reframe of the ceremony is a reframe and a correction of to let go of that animosity and aggression and understand our healthy helping teamwork, because we're doing unhealthy helping right now. We're not doing teamwork, we're doing unhealthy helping, which is helping people stay the way they are, which is keeping male dominant, female submit, to repeat that and continuously. So your ceremony to correct that is within the female, within the male, to acknowledge interpersonally and then interpersonally. That's exactly following the sequencing of authentic ceremonies in the tribal tradition of Dene people from my father's lineage. So wow, that's beautiful. That is putting it into action in your family, in your community, with your loved ones, with your friends, to teach the young people and to rebalance this healthy helping teamwork between male and female. That is where we need to start, actually. And then we need to take that into the governing systems. Okay, let's intend that we want to see the healing of nations and governing systems to exponentially get this and begin to institute it. And we're planting the seed. It's existing already. We're just saying, let's live it, and let's live it together collectively with our intention. Thank you.
Thank you, sister. Does anyone else have any comments or questions for either Sister Patricia or Sister Gal? Please raise your hand so I can find you. Carly, come on in, sister.
Can you hear me?
Yes, please go ahead.
You're not, you're muted, Carly. Unmute, Carla. Carla. We can't hear you. Unmute.
I think we lost her, sister. I don't see her anymore. She might have accidentally do you see her? I can't find her.
Yeah, Carla McCarley. Carla McCarley, she's not.
There she is. I had you unmuted. Yeah, okay. Go ahead. Go ahead. You're back.
Yeah, the host had me muted. So, I'm European and Seminole, and I've had magical, universal things happen to me since I was a child. And to get to my question, I'll give you a little bit of background. Our Seminole, my Seminole grandmother and aunts tried to, they had good money, and so they hired attorneys, and we weren't able to register because we didn't sign. If you don't sign, you're not recognized by our tribe. And so for me, as mixed race, biracial, I've had a lot of, especially with these blue eyes, a lot of discrimination both ways, right? And I know now it's within, but coming up, not fitting in anywhere, right? Or not feeling unworthy, or not, it's my own unhealed things that I didn't know about. So it goes back to Jane's question from the beginning, is that's given me a strength and a power of knowing who I am as a soul, to not fit in anywhere and to fit in everywhere. I know I'm a circle opener. I know I'm a visionary. I know these strengths because I've been on the dark path, and I've found my way to the red road and known it's always been parallel with me on my journey the whole way. Anyway, my point is what Jane was asking earlier about, and I agree and concur with Miss Patricia so much on, it's what you do. It's right action, morality, above nations, above of governments, above all the things. It's not even above, it's within, right? And just as a group, I'd like to share that me as a feminine on my own, a tribe of my own, I call myself the 13th tribe. And I started at LLC, but I was thinking about what Miss Most Perfect Love said about doing it in the religious way through the county, because I know in the society that we live in, that you have to conform to a certain extent to not get arrested. Basically, is kind of like what Gail was talking about with the sweat lodge, right? And at first I was starting to go in the more, for lack of better words, the colonial way, and it's made me pivot and redirect to what I know, and it's led me to groups like this, people like Standing Bear, and that helped me stay on the path of right action, and that there is a way, even if we don't see it, is what we can do right here, right now, within ourselves to be whole. We are already whole, but to remember the fragments that we believe have been lost through trauma, and reclaiming our spirit, reclaiming our beauty as a soul, and igniting that again, for lack of better words. Everybody calls it different, but I call it my divine flame, the what great spirit has sparked in each one of us, that we matter because we exist right now. And what are we going to do with that? I agree with what you guys are saying about the action, and we can talk about it all day. And like what Patricia said is about the governments, it's not that we can't change them, is all we can do is plant the seed. And what are we doing today? Right now we're talking and loving each other. I love this. I love talking to people with the same heart, the same beat. I love this. But anyway, going back to 7 generations, going forward for the 7 generations, and even, I know we're not alone. So like I said, the English language is broken, and I can only express the best way that I can, but it's what we do now. I did 3 5-year plans in 9 years, and with the blessings of the creators, that and I've got 20 acres. I started an LLC called 7 Generations, looking forward, not going through the regular systems. You're asking, what can you do? And I'm sure all you ladies know this. I'm speaking to the choir. You guys are elders to me, but I guess I just wanted to introduce myself and show you and tell you by the works I've done myself who I am, and or how I identify, is what I should say, is going with the native way. And
Thank you, Sister Carla. Let's give a
yep.
that's a lot of coverage. Let's give Sister Patricia time to respond. Thank you. Sister, you've got there we go.
This is what applies to all of us equally. I'm remembering that my father always said to me, there's no human being that can authorize our spirituality. That is what we're calling inherent sovereignty. So we're a spark of divinity with inherent sovereignty. So that is where we're this is inclusive and universal, cross-cultural, it's intergenerational. This is the unifying principle. Now, most people don't know that people who are working for so many years for this, they say we're not federally recognized tribe, and there are only so many federally recognized tribe. And I tell people, you have to understand that if you are successful to become a federally recognized tribe, you are recruited into the federal money laundering system, in which you become a number. And you become a number, that translates to dollars. So you are a pawn and you are a livestock for the corporations to use you to justify the money that's contracted to these 5 money laundry systems. So I listened to you work it out yourself in your own thoughts that maybe that wasn't that was not a negative or deficient thing to not be a federally recognized tribe. And I'm wholeheartedly, totally verifying that. I have a number. It's called a certificate of Indian blood. I have a document. I have many documents of my ancestry, of their Navajo names, their clans, all the way back. And I have a number. It's a certificate of Indian blood. Do you know that we have number? Mine is 112215. And that number says I'm a number in which the corporations can use as a pawn to make money and to use as contracting. So that's the teaching about focusing on our spiritual, our equality. The fundamental basis of our equality is from our inherent divinity, our inherent sovereignty, our inherent gift, and our to serve in the world for our right livelihood and our collective survival. And I'm going to not correct, I'm going to reframe someone's word. Who was the person before with this ceremony? That ceremony, where I'm hearing the word time and time and time again, everywhere, all the time, everyone, consciousness. If you've heard me and listened to me before, or even today, I never use the word consciousness. I use the word conscience because it comes from eholzen, ado alila and sahakis, which is holy thinking, and also the miracle power of our clear and congruent thinking and planning and actions. So this is our capacity, every one of us equally. We can't say that someone is less than or more than and deficient. And just because I have this livestock number and I'm a pawn, it doesn't make me more or better or less of anything. I'm the same equally with all nations of people. That is the true teaching. So let's keep our focus on this why there is prophecy, is that humanity made mistakes, and they said when you go down the road throwing a temper tantrum to get your own way, that is what is evil, because you're not following right livelihood, right teaching, and reframe yourself and correct yourself to this alignment, so that we stay focused on our own miracle power capacity to care and love each other. That is a peaceful heart and a peaceful thinking. And then I could say a lot more, but I'll stop right there because I'm looking at people's faces that I can see, and I think that I'm conveying, hopefully, to bring words of exactly how they fit into the word I started with, ignite, which is our fireplace within our home, within our heart, within the radiant sun, and how we are using this to make decisions to choose life, wise decision to choose life. Oh, I hope you got that part of making distinction that having a certificate of Indian blood is is in the inverse, and I'm speaking, it's in the Eurocentric dualistic inverse of self-deficient image. And I'm speaking to you from the indigenous affirmative thinking system. That's what I wanted to say, or how I wanted to say it.
Thank you so much, Sister Patricia. This is Shonda. I have a unique question that just moved through my mind when you were speaking of your native registration number. Do you also hold a U.S. government Social Security number?
Great question. Because we're educating about, we're saying indigenous led movement, and we're saying indigenous and allies. So this is educating about the word indigenous, and of course I'm saying that it's universal and inclusive, and yet our language is always compartmentalized thinking and dualistic thinking, pitting us against each other. And so so this is what is incongruent. It is the fact that a reservation, let's see, where do I even start? Yes, the answer first is yes, I have a Social Security number. And that Social Security number, by the way, is connected to the international banking system and the Illuminati and the money changers throughout history to collect interest at birth. And then someone collects it when you die. It's called straw man and admiralty law. That's how there's a duplicate person that is used in the court system and so on. It might be shocking to you right now, but that's a fact. So we had to be made citizens of this country. In our own country, we're actually refugees and exile from our own countries, but we were made citizens like in 1924. And then the state of New Mexico, where I was born, didn't make me a citizen. I was born in 1946, but the state of New Mexico didn't make me a citizen until 1954. And so when I was born, I immediately had a certificate of Indian blood that I registered to the Navajo tribe, but not a citizen of New Mexico, but somehow a citizen of the United States. Do you hear what that is? So the Social Security is also a how we're all pawn, and how there's interest on there's a bond on us. We're pawn, where money is made on our personhood from birth through death. And that's what the Social Security is. It's a system for me to be in the national system of this United States, and then on a reservation to be in two federal money laundry systems, to use me as a pawn and a livestock to make money, to make interest. There's a lot to it, but I think that's enough to where you get the idea that it's very exploitive and fraudulent, and it's coming to surface, and it's being deconstructed and dismantled because people are awake. And once we know something, we speak the truth and we have witness, and guess what? It's back into the light. Like right now, it's undone into the light, and everyone is helping out in this ceremony. We're not just on a Zoom looking at a screen. We're doing spiritual work together, right? In the now. Did I answer?
Yes, that was an amazing answer. Thank you so much, Patricia. I was hoping you would answer exactly as you did. Bless you, sister. Um, Grandmother Gail, would you like to let's bring Grandmother Gail in to make a further comment here.
Thank you, Shonda. I appreciate the balance that we are able to return to and want to actually to offer some symbolism, the language of the soul, and give our little brains a break, just a little break with a song called Ceremony Circles that will bring balance to the group. And I also want to say that we are showing up in my ancient verb-based language way of creating balance in this opportunity of gathering and listening for the marginalized voices and listening and looking for the marginalized people and stepping up or stepping back as needed to come back into balance and to move through duality back to our circle ways. I have several songs from the dream world that are asking us at this time to take a stand and return to circles. So please take a little break if you need to while we listen to a song, and then we'll come back with Patricia and give her a little chance to take a breath and take a break and bring our brains back in balance. I'll ask you please to feel the difference it makes when we move into the circle and the song and the visuals and the images and the language of the soul and the fourth dimension. So if Pamela will please play this video for us, give us all, I don't know how long it is, 4 or 5 minutes at least, for a little bit of a break and return to the circle. And the song is called Ceremony Circles. And Pamela, whenever you're ready, just start the video. I'll talk until you're ready if you need a moment. You'll hear a lot of the elements in here too. So here we go. Thank you, Pamela. If everyone mutes, it will sound a little better.
Sitting in ceremony, swirling with the steam, circles all around me, creating self-esteem, finding the edge. We don't want to go over, just want to see the view. Finding it in myself can help us all pull through. The edge feels like my weakness, but strength is in the choice. Ceremony shows us with the song that finds my voice. Reach deep into the earth, just like we did at birth. That power is still there whenever we can share. It's this way deep within, just waiting to begin. Connecting like a necklace, flowing into it. Are we all just waiting for real love to begin? Over the edge, we're meeting at the edge, circumambulating truth that lies within. Each of us is waiting for real love to begin, connecting like a necklace, flowing into it. We got to have wisdom in everything we do. We got to have wisdom, see each other through. We got to have wisdom in everything we do. We got to have wisdom, some boundaries, she sometimes stays within them. Wind can go all over, bringing change in one another. Earth is our sweet mother. We're nurturing each other with the fire of our actions, gaining sustainable tractions over the edge. We're meeting at the edge, circumambulating truth that lies within. Each of us is waiting for real love to begin, connecting like a necklace, flowing into it. We got to have wisdom in everything we do. We got to have wisdom to see each other through. We got to have wisdom in everything we do. We got to have wisdom to see each other through.
Thank you, Pamela, and thank you, Shonda, for giving us a chance to return to our balance in circles where no one is above, no one is below, no one is in front, no one is behind. We are gathering in this way, and the wolf pack takes us into our pack, you know, as we come together like this. And as we create the balance and move through the duality back to the circles of our native ancestral ways. And so we have this beautiful opportunity to continue the questions and the sharing if Patricia chooses to. I know we're moving into an hour and a half, and that's kind of a long time energy wise to be sharing, but we'll ask for hands and her preferences at this time.
Well, I'm here, and I always have respect for the Zoom that I enter, and I usually stay from beginning to end. And I want to speak to this word duality because what we're doing and what I'm doing and how I'm going about it is authentic ceremony. When I use the word ceremony, let me describe this word ceremony. We actually don't have a word for ceremony. We have to know what is the out of balance, so we know what ceremony it is, and then we can go to the root cause and deconstruct it. But the sequencing, all of this is ceremony. This whole Zoom is ceremony. We're talking in the circle. What is the circle? Let me say it to you. Every ceremony begins with, there's no ceremony we have that eliminates the sequencing. Phase 1, phase 2, phase 3, phase 4. They're all the same. And that's what we're doing. That's what I'm doing. That's what I'm teaching. The first one is we're naming out of balance condition. It is not dualistic or outside the circle. It is a ceremony within the circle. We call that destiny. That ceremony can go all night, just naming the out of balance and identifying the root causes. So that's what we're doing here. The second one is Ilko. Ilko is to talk, to cry, to dance, to sing, to chant, even in the sweat lodge, to throw up herbs, to vomit, to sweat. These are the ways to empty and to cleanse and purify these maladaptive emotions, toxic, ingestive or maladaptive emotions within us. So that's phase 3. Phase 3 is the reframe. So we're doing that together. The reframe is what is the creative solution. So we're designing creative solution. We're in setting our intention, and we viewed the video by I think it's Michael. He gave us the example of the third phase of reframe, and his ceremony is the reframe of restoring the healthy helping teamwork between male and female, and between them and within them and among them. So that is the reframe. So the group consensus happened there. The ceremony was designed, and they carried it out. They put it into action, and they take that from their interpersonal correction to their interpersonal, the power within to have power with. They take it into the family, into the community, and from the personal life, professional life, community life. So everything we have done from beginning to now is following the authentic ceremonial process, the sequencing of it. And so it doesn't flip-flop from in or out of the circle. We're actually leaving the triangle that people are trapped in. They're trapped in the triangle going up, which is when, and at the bottom it pits one against the other and it flips down, and that's the win-lose. So we're deconstructing that. And so I hope you can see that we have followed the authentic ceremony of naming an out of balance condition, identifying the root cause that keeps it out of balance and perpetuates that out of balance. Symptoms, we're deconstructing the root cause, and then we're doing the emptying. Everyone that's speaking is emptying. Whatever they say, how they say it, words they choose, their feelings, that is the emptying, the cleansing, and the purification of speaking and speaking out. And then the reframe is, what do we do about it? And Michael showed us what he is doing about it and gave us a perfect example, beautiful example of restoring divine feminine and divine masculine within us and with each other. And so that's what I teach, and that's the ceremonial change process that exists in all of Diné ceremonies. And I can only speak from the language that I'm ceremonial language. It's not common language. It's not everyday, because people are speaking these quote Navajo words, speaking Navajo words with European thinking in the triangle going up and going down and pitting one against the other, and the same consequence. So that's acculturation, and then they're converted to some belief system. So I'm speaking from Diné Bazad, which is the oral tradition of the description, the illustration, the example of a ceremonial word that I have been using all throughout this process. So again, thank you for asking, and thank you for listening.
Thank you so much, sister. Does anyone have any comments or questions for Sister Patricia?
Let me just remind you, everyone, that we go to the mechanic, remember, and we go to the doctor, and we do this very same thing. And yet, we don't do that in our personal life. So can you think of a way for your family or your friends to have a conversation in which to follow this process? And actually, all life is a ceremony, and we're celebrating that together. Celebrating means that we're acknowledging that it is true and it's good for us, and we're going to all benefit, and it's not to the benefit of one over the other. We're equally participating to our own comfort level. Let's put it like that.
Wonderful. I'm going to call upon those who have not spoken to make sure there's like not a problem finding your electronic hand or whatever. Sister Tracy Potter, would you like to comment? Or I will go ahead and unmute you if you wish to.
Oh, good morning from Australia. It's the wee hours, and I'm so honoured to be here, and thank you, Shonda. Thank you, Patricia. I've listened to you whenever I have been able over the time, and I've had a passion. I feel like crying saying this. Passion in my heart that was introduced by my mother for the principles of the native peoples of the United States. And her travels there have given us wee gifts from the roadsides. And I really didn't plan to talk, but I was itching for a question. And so thank you for the opportunity to say good morning. And thank you for sharing your teachings and your soul. And just thank you. And I'm complete. Thank you.
Wow.
Thank you, Tracy. Sister Lynn Brody, would you like to share with us?
Yes, hello, Patricia. I'm just since I've learned so much more than I knew before I joined Shonda's group, and I've had the privilege of listening to you on a Saturday sometimes. It's just a deep, heartfelt situation that's somehow survived through this world that's gone completely wrong, as far as I'm concerned, and the values of the beautiful stories I've heard about how you keep the families together and you pass down the wisdom and you have respect and such a wonderful love amongst your groups probably existed here 60 years ago, but the caring and the created solitude between people here now because materialistic stuff has taken over is really, really worrying. And obviously, this is in time with the Kogi prophecy as well. And I just hope, feeling that I keep getting is that there is going to be quite a fundamental change, and your lovely values of many indigenous groups around the world as well, including Australia with the Aborigines. It's very well, I find it very emotional when I know that there's so many people who have wonderful attitudes and keeping groups together. And I could see it in the ceremony at Palenque over the last few days as well among people. The energy is just so clear and together compared with most countries where you've got capitalism and destruction that's going on at the moment. So thank you, Patricia, because I always sort of melt into your talks. I couldn't get in right at the beginning because I was doing some work, but I've caught most of it, I think. So thank you.
Maybe people don't know that, for example, even in my childhood with my father, and we had to hide. We had to go in the landscape way into the mountains, into hiding, because our language and culture is made illegal, and people were taken to jail, and their sacred items, drums and feathers and so on, eagle bone whistle, were confiscated, and they were taken to jail, and people were fined. They had to pay money to get out of jail, plus their sacred items were taken from them. And so that didn't happen to me or my father, but it happened to a lot of people. We just knew where to go and where to hide. So the indigenous healers have been persecuted in this country, in Turtle Island, for 400 and I think 468 years, or somewhere along there. And you know that in Europe and elsewhere, in Siberia, that the shamans were collected in one place and they were burned. You know that the witches were burned and in Europe. So and women, especially, we still have missing and murdered indigenous women. And so we have women, we're speaking here for the women that were stoned, the women that were beheaded, they were executed. And even today in Iran, being shot for not wearing their proper covering according to their religious creed and doctrine. And so we're speaking of something very mega trauma of being fragmented within us. And the main one is that we've been taught we're a deficient self-image, but we must love others the way we love ourselves. But when we're taught, I have a shadow side, I have a dark side, I have an evil side, I'm born a sinner, then I'm born to do evil. In our language, it's impossible. There's no words, there's no concept, no context, no terminology. It's impossible to say, I'm a drunk, I'm a loser, I'm a sinner, I'm crazy. There's no way to say that. There's no way to say that I am. The only way to say I am, I'm a sacred, holy, precious child of Creator within creation. And so is everyone equally. And so that is the basis of prophecy, to actualize, acknowledge, and actualize that the mistake that we made to identify ourselves as something wrong with us. When I ask a Navajo person who's converted to a belief system, well, how do you say I'm evil, or I'm a sinner, or I'm a drunk, or I'm an alcoholic? How do you say that in Navajo language? And the person was struggling and struggling. And finally she said in English, she said, we say, I do bad. And I said, ni ya de la di gis ni. You know, I said to the something like, oh my goodness, is that that's, how can it be like that? Is that really true? And she couldn't answer me that it is true that we are born accordingly, that something is wrong with us. So that is a correction here, that we must give up this erroneous deficient self-image to love and serve the Creator, and love and serve ourselves, and love and serve others, because we're living in this trauma of distress with no resolve, that someday we're going to be remediated out of it with an external creed doctrine and into some end state of perfection and personal salvation and redemption that is holding us in a bondage and a slavery that is connected to the money system as well. And so I'm going to name these words, and then I'll stop there. I could keep going, but I'm going to name these. Hunger, the chin, tien is you could live in opulence and be spiritually impoverished. Tien is those are the people who create material poverty. And then ya is literally parasitic. So that's sickness and disease, parasitic, which is like the wetiko, sorcery, to devour and vampire other people's land, resources, and their personal energy. And that is, it's parasitic. And then the last one, I won't say the word, but that's premature death. So you can see that let's change our language. Let's use language appropriately that affirm the I am, that I am, that is in the affirmative. And we have no story of denigrating the woman into the harlot, into the seducer, and to be blamed forever. We don't have any story like that. We have Asanat Lehe, which is the white changing woman, and Yoskai Asan, which is white shell woman, and so on. These are not deities. There are actual gifts as feminine, because the ceremony for rebalancing the male and female is about procreation and using the fire of passion for procreation. When it goes to the solar plexus, that fire becomes anger and it's trapped there. So that's what we're dealing with in terms of anger and revenge, and it's addictive. And we start with affirming the I am correctly, that we identify ourselves to our maker creator, that we are everything that's good, beautiful, and true, and that's what we think and say, and that's what we do. And I just think that in my world, my life is complete, total suffering to this day. It's been without shelter, without food, without water, without a job, without money, without a vehicle, without a house. To this day, I don't own anything. But understand that our health, our spiritual health, is our true wealth. Let me put it like that. And I see a sign up here. It says water is life. Yes, okay. Water is life. Twa azet. The medicine, twa azet. All the medicinal qualities of healing in water. Twa azet. Twa be'ina. Water is the life of all living things. Twa bahajoni. The beautiful miracle, the miracle power of water giving us life. These are terms that take it out of the abstract into the spiritual reality. So that's how I'm answering you. It's existing within us. We're created. This is our constitution, and we're imbued. So let's use this. There's no mystery. There's only miracles, and that's love. So let's use our self conduit to radiate that love. That's the fireplace, the symbol of the fireplace.
Right. Thank you so much, Sister Patricia. You were such a blessing to be in our presence. Brother Tim, let's move to you. Do you have something to share or comment on?
I just want to say that I feel blessed for being here. I love your teachings, Patricia. It makes so much sense, and the system of the straw man and the legal system that's set up through maritime law, and the way that the Illuminati have set it all up is now public knowledge. And so many people all over the world are trying to bring the system down and change it, which we all are working together to do this. And we hope and we pray that we can carry on with this divine program. Thank you.
Well,
thank you, Brother Tim.
If you listened carefully and you heard what Gail was talking about, the sweat lodge, and showing the pictures of the sweat lodge, that is a ceremony on the land that is a safe and designing a safe and supportive place to empty, to chant, to sing, to cry, to talk, to embrace, to shake hands, to comfort one another. It's also practical, and we could say, well, we're not doing it right. There's one right way to do it. I'm not that tribe. I'm not any tribe. Or we have all these parental injunctions that say that are scolding and punitive and demerit. And that's our colonial system. That's not who we are. So don't bother that. Leave it alone. They're taking themselves down by exposing themselves. We don't have to do anything. Just be who we are and do what we do to care for one another. So thank you for your all that you have put into place. I always wanted a land with a ceremonial hogan and a sweat lodge, and it isn't happening because I was fired by my own tribe for advocating the Navajo language and culture, and 8 years in litigation and so on. Then I went to the Zuni tribe and I was fired with 5 people because this country doesn't reward integrity and honesty in handling federal, state, county, and tribal contracts. Worked 20 years. I don't get retirement because we work with high levels of management. I had 3 programs, like I said, administered federal, state, county, tribal contracts. And we were all 3 women, 2 men. We were out the door politically axed because what? Accountability for client services for those monies. And we don't lie, cheat, and steal for our paycheck. And so I'm a person, and I know other people who are, we can't survive in the system. Even though I've been to a doctorate in clinical psychology, I didn't finish. The money wasn't there for me to finish. So we need people who would sponsor us just for our daily basic needs, because that's the reality of what it means to pay every price in the system for being a leveler and a truth teller. And it would be nice to have more people understand that you can design places to empty without judgment, without punishment, without condemnation. Just let people empty. And that's what a sweat lodge is. We call that tache, but we have 2 separate ones, one for female and one for male. Then there's a reason for it, and it's different. It's constructed different than the Lakota Sioux. And by the way, I have a husband who's in South Dakota attempting to reclaim his land. And I'm speaking of him right now because the people are attempting to take the land of the elders, and including his land. So our tache is not the Lakota style with the willow, or we could make we've made some on the Navajo reservation Lakota style, but we used oak. So that is a place, and that's an example of how people can take care of each other in a good spiritual way, to just let someone empty and then say, oh, we don't want to hear the negative. Oh, don't complain. We're just tired of hearing that. We don't want to know that. We already know that. No, people, there's no place in all of the world. We have that in our ceremonial change process. Ilko, that is the second phase of every ceremony, is to empty without judgment, punishment, or condemnation. So let's keep that in mind for elders and youth to reconnect and revitalize language and teachings. And by the way, it's not Patricia's teachings, not my teachings. I'm a messenger for Creator's ways. This is Creator's ways. We say yes or no to Creator, not to me as a person or personality, but I myself said yes to being a conduit because I was born into it, like with spiritual seeing, and suffered for that a lot, and barely made it to be alive to this day. So thank you for this time and for listening and understanding.
Thank you so much, sister. Brother David, would you like to share?
Yeah, I would. Yeah. Um, Thank you for. First, I want to bow down to your wisdom and sharing your story with us, and so thank you. It's an honor to be here.
Did you have
And
a question or a comment?
well,
Or
I do. You mentioned a few times about your struggles and how would someone like me be able to sponsor an elder? And is there a system set up for where people can help you guys meet your daily needs? The elders like you and other people that
you
are
know,
doing the work. Just curious.
interesting, very interesting that in all of Turtle Island, within the last 6 months, I put up a GoFundMe for my husband who's from the Cheyenne River, and there at Eagle Butte in South Dakota, with his daughter who I raised from 4 years old. He's the last speaker. He knows all the Sundance song. He knows all the Sweat Lodge songs. And he's over there without food and water. I put up a GoFundMe. Do you know what came in? $40 from one young Navajo man. $40 from all of Turtle Island. That's what came in from one Navajo man. So his GoFundMe is still up on my Facebook page, and with all the explanation on it. So I know some people who I myself have Zelle and PayPal. He has PayPal, and the only people that responded were friends that knew me, that I did healing ceremonies and big major exorcisms on in France. When I went to France in July, and they had to totally bring me. I didn't have to put out one penny because I don't have that wherewithal to go even to Albuquerque and back. They had like a traditional healer, bring you, feed you, lodge, so on. Those were the people. They're young. They don't have money. They donated for a travel trailer to get them out of a tent and out of the snow because he broke his foot and has no transportation, and got them into a travel trailer. So he's not the only one. There's people like that who don't have access to saying, people, we're in this condition, and when we ask for help, there's no one caring, there's no one listening, there's no one, because there's too much we're in the energy of being impacted and affected by the deaths and the war energy. So we set that aside and say, that's not mine, that's not my intention, I'm not doing that, I'm doing this, I'm over here, this is what we're doing. Let that, we're undoing that by doing the affirmative, because the inverse is undoing itself. And so that's how we understand the humaneness and the caring. And so I'm just doing my part and ask other people to do their part with their own gift and their own resources. Myself, I don't even ask for fees. I've trusted without a paycheck since March 11th, 1997. So I'm here, I'm alive, I'm living the loving way as a way of life. That's our ceremony called Horjoj ceremony. That's what we're teaching. That's what the Sweat Lodge teaches. That's what all indigenous teach in our language. that people are just now saying, why did we destroy it? Why are we destroying it? Let's revitalize it. And let's listen to some of these people who are still on reservation, who are trying to connect the elders with the youth in order to revitalize and build the nation.
Thank you so much, Sister. Sister Lynn, will you please go to Patricia's Facebook page and find those links for us, please, for the GoFundMe's and bring them back?
You have to go to Indigenous Wisdom, Facebook Indigenous Wisdom Institute.
Very good, very good. Looks like Jane's on that as well. Let me know when you have it. I'll open the chat so you can post it, please. Brother Richard, would you like to share?
And thank you for asking. Thank you so much for asking, because I myself, I'm 100% just trust the creator and the universe.
Yes, exactly. Thank you, Brother David. Brother Richard, come on in.
Yeah, thank you. I'm honored to be here. Still have lots to learn, and I'm just very and listen in and learn about all the different ways that there are. And my biggest thing is unlearning my own ways that I've been taught about life in general. So yeah, I'm just honored to be here and being able to sit in and listen in. Can you hear me okay?
You could be a little louder.
Louder, please.
Okay. Sorry about that. No, I'm honored to be here, and just glad to listen in and learn. And my big thing is, focusing on my spirituality and unlearning, things that I've been taught and how I was raised, and trying to focus on, the old teachings that I feel that would definitely work better in case we all start, focusing on those and not be the systems that don't work, and those types of things.
So you see, our intention is with all the people that have that are making this intention and this commitment now. So none of us are alone. We're saying we're all related, and we're saying we're all interconnected in this love currency. So that's powerful. It's profound. We're not just talking on the screen to someone that's far away. The spiritual energy is faster than the speed of light. There's no time and space. We're in the eternal self and the eternal now. And that's what I'm hoping to convey by these vibration, the words that I'm saying periodically.
Thank you, Sister. Sister Jane, come on in, please.
Thank you. Shonda, I have messaged you the link because chat is disabled, and I found the link on a different device anyway. And Patricia, I would like to be able to post that in other places if I can have your permission. I have a page, Project for Peace, and maybe I could post it on Unity Earth and other places like that. Would that be all right with you?
Absolutely. It would be wonderful, because people have to know that this band, that my husband is the headsman of this band. The whole historical picture of the Shatak rescue, which his great grandfather, Chief Martin Charger, you can look him up too. I would refer you to the Shatak rescue, as they said that there's too many people going on the Oregon Trail, and they're killing all the Indians, and the Indians are trying to kill all the whites. And so his band, I can't pronounce that word, but they also, I can't pronounce the Lakota word, but they also call themselves Sans Arc. Martin Charger took the arrows out of his quiver and broke them and put them on the ground and said, we will all be massacred. We must help. And so they rescued women, white women and children. They gave everything to get them from another group of people, the Dakotas, who had them in captivity and put themselves at risk. And they saved them and took them and returned them to their families. And so they have been shunned since then and have been called crazy. And so they now call themselves fool soldiers, because if you look up fool soldiers and Chief Martin Charger, you'll see the whole story. And other tribal leaders had to do that as well, as had to say, we have to not retaliate, and we have to help because they're coming in droves and they're just going to annihilate us. And so that's his background, and all the links are there and the story is there. So it would be really great if you could bring up the picture
Yeah.
before the end of this, and you would be, this is not just one person, this is connecting elders and youth and rebuilding a nation in order to plant the seeds to be exponential, to begin recovery, because he has all of this knowledge and can't even, I don't want to say can't even, no, I don't like that English. He can, and he is doing what he's doing to the best of his ability, but there is no container support on his own reservation for him and his daughter. Let me put it in the affirmative.
Exactly.
What
Sister
about on
Jane,
One
Sister
World?
Jane,
Oops.
before you go on, the fundraiser link you sent me in Messenger, please drop that in the chat. We've opened the chat. That's
Okay,
the
good.
one we're looking for. Thank you, sister.
Okie dokie. I'm gonna take my camera off. But also, am I mute? Can you hear me? I don't know.
Yes, we can hear you fine.
Thank you. Is this in One World anywhere? This link? You know, the network?
No,
No?
it's not. And that's where the connection with the general public for authentic revitalization of language and culture, that's where there needs to be a connection. So it is not even visible anywhere other than in my page.
Fortunately, I can do that. So I will have that be on One World. Okay.
Sister Jane,
I
will
will
you
speak
hold?
to John. I'll speak to
Sister
John.
Jane, can you
Yes, dear.
please hold and coordinate that with me, because we want to make sure it gets in Patricia's space on One World. So I would love to help you with that. So let me know when you're ready to work on that, and I'll, because we don't want to bother John. John's in Hawaii, and I know how to get it in there. So let's work on it together. I would be honored if you would help with that. Thank you so much.
Sure. However, yes.
Thank you. Thank you. Sister Lisa, would you like to share?
Greetings, hello. I just wanted to say how beautiful and profound and bringing up a lot of things to be aware of that I wasn't aware of previously. And I just wanted to say thank you so much for your time in this conversation, and just how profoundly touched I am by just being here today. Thank you for giving me a moment to share that.
Good to hear your voice.
Thank you
Reverend
so much.
Jeffrey. Thank you, sister. Reverend Jeffrey, would you like to share? You can unmute and come in. He may be listening in the background. Eho Juan, Sister Freebird, are you available? Okay. What about Sister Pamela? Are you available to share?
Hello, yes, I am here. I wasn't paying attention. What is the question?
We would like you just to share your thoughts on Water Day or any comments to what you've heard from Sister Patricia.
Oh, I love listening to Sister Patricia. I'm very much interested in systems and structures and do my own work in that area. And I love the way Patricia frames it, because we have to see what is going on, and yet we also have to recognize the innate empowerment that we came into this world with. And so it's kind of hard to I find it often hard to basically hold both of these, but listening to Patricia really, really helps me. Thank you so much. Yeah.
Is it possible to share my screen?
Yes, sister, go ahead.
Yeah, I pulled up and I'm trying to get back into the Zoom. There, okay. If I go to share screen, is it possible?
Yes, you should be open. You're a co-host.
Well, then where do I go share?
Just click your share screen, your green arrow.
Okay, there it is. Okay, there it is. There it is. Can you see it?
Yes, we see it just fine.
Okay, at the top is a complete description of it and the picture, and that's on the Indigenous Wisdom Institute page. So
yes, I see that. I believe that's the one that that Sister Jane has found to bring in here for us.
This was in March, but this is like the second or third one, which just didn't happen. But this one I'm keeping up just for my own compassion and kindness and empathy.
Wonderful. Thank you, sister.
Okay, so then how do I close it? How do I close it from my end? Where do I close? Okay, I see. I'm learning here. There it is. Whoops. I didn't close it. Let me go back to our, is it still up?
Yes, sister, what I can do, I can initiate share screen over here and it will disable that one. So we'll do that and then I'll take mine right back down and that way you don't have to look for it.
There you go. Yeah, so it's not my domain and it's not my generation, but I have to learn.
Well, thank you for all you do, sister. Sister Erica, come on in.
Patricia, is it possible for you to set up a Patreon page? Are you familiar with Patreon?
Several years ago, someone did set it up for me, but it's just sitting there and I don't know how to use it and I don't have the IT. I only, it was set up for me. Someone set it up with a password and I have no clue about what to do with it.
Okay, the reason I ask, what I like about Patreon is because it allows us to set up a monthly commitment where I know myself personally, I don't take a salary from the foundation. We are retired and we live on a fixed income. But we can do more if we do it monthly with a monthly commitment. And it's done automatically every month. We don't even have to try and remember it because there are so many different things that we are supporting monthly that come out automatically, and those are set up on Patreon. So if I put my email address in the chat box, can you see if you can get that information on it and email it to me?
I'll do that. And
Thank you.
also there's I have could I screen share a shot to show you how this is a reframe that I'm calling the planetary cosmic reverent revolution out of win-lose into win-win? Is it
Yes.
just possible to do that here again? And I have to figure out again how to
Just
do
do the
that.
same thing, sister. Go
Yeah.
hit your green share button.
Do that. I do that right here and share. This is a visual. So you can see the pathway. So this process right now, it's not like for me personally or for him or it's the process of the leveler and truth teller taking us on this path over here to this sequencing here. And we've been doing this to here. And then we reframe our thinking. So this process then would teach everyone the win-win, and it takes from elder to youth, where this arrow goes here to this where we exist in the natural order. Do you follow that? That's what we're doing.
Yes.
And people don't want to learn that, and they don't want to understand that. They think that it's a cult and it's about money, and they think it's about putting a spell on people, and they don't understand this reframe here is actual. We've spent all of this time doing just this with every single one participating in this ceremony here. So when you go a step further and put it into action here, the leveler and the truth teller, and go here, it says the co-creative solution. So here is the co-creative solution. So then we must begin doing that, teaching the youth how to do that in order for our resources to go from the elder to the youth across here. The youth are coming in, the child is coming in. You see the money here on the north, the elder, but on the bottom, you see it go from the bottom to the top and from the poor to the rich every generation. So this is the outcome of the prophecy, that this is the how to, the actual step-by-step how to make decision for win-win, constructive and life-affirming decision for those outcome and benefit. So that's what people have to figure out how to do in the social economic system in order for there to be a win-win and to be the leverage point. The leverage point is the reframe out of win-lose and nobody wins. And I hope you can see that on the chart. And that that's what we're doing. We've all been doing this. And that's what's going on in Palenque, and everyone's participating in this. I have been teaching this to John Raymer for the last over 15 years.
And sister, if I may add, if everyone will save this date every second Saturday of the month at 1 o'clock Eastern, Sister Patricia teaches of the Hojo loving way of life. In the it's a global fire room. No, you have your own room, don't you, sister?
Well, John Raymer is doing the branding, and he's doing the I don't know how to do like even to package and market myself. And he's doing this at a level of social innovation and social thought leaders and in that capacity but I'm a traditional healer. And so the connection is happening, but it needs to be understood, the big picture of the reframe of everyone understanding the concept of how to go about doing this for everyone equally. You understand how this is inclusive? This is all of humanity, because the wars are attempting to keep us in this bottom triangle, to be trapped, and to be trapped and entrenched. And Einstein said we can't solve a problem with the same thinking that caused the problem. So the thinking is out of win, lose, and nobody wins, destructive and death-producing decision, and into reframe our thinking for our whole brain thinking to use it appropriately. So this is the visual of it, and I'm glad you let me share this so you could see for yourself the whole intention and purpose, and how profound and beautiful this manifestation of prophecy. But this is the how-to. We all have inspiration and motivation, but these steps are how-to here. Oh, I guess I'm the one doing this. I didn't realize.
Well,
Okay.
it's good we got to see it zoomed in. Sister, I will look that up. I'm pretty sure it is the second Saturday at 1. And John does do that. I believe it's in the Sign Network in the Magic Canoe Room. So I will go confine that for sure, find that and confirm that for sure. And we will put it in the chat for everyone. But everyone, for right now, just save the date, second Saturday of the month at 1 Eastern. Go ahead, sister. Thank you. Oh, Erica, you have your hand up again. Come on in.
So we'll close this, and you can close it from your end, because
I will,
not,
sister.
I'm not sure how to do that.
I'll go ahead and close it.
There we go.
Last night I dreamed that the entire economic system, as we know it now, collapsed. And for the first time in that dream, I saw us working to care one for another.
Now you saw a picture of it.
I saw it. I also saw it yesterday when we were on the Unity Earth call, when a beautiful young woman, her name is Dana, created a music scenario, all electronically done. As I listened to it, I was meditating, absorbing the sounds and the reverberations that were happening. I saw an infant in a womb. And suddenly I understood the significance of water and the sacredness of water, and how all life comes through water. And then that was followed by that dream last night of seeing the system collapse, where we came together and we were actually, for the first time in my lifetime, other than within family structures, we were caring one for another with what the only words I know to frame and to use is the most perfect love. And no one was going without. We found solutions to feeding the hungry, to housing the homeless, to providing clothing in an equitable fashion with that win-win that you speak so beautifully and eloquently about. And I believe the time is short, that is going to happen. And it needs to happen because time for us in the old ways is running out. I received that as a message before I was born into this lifetime. We can either correct it or it will be corrected for us. And it's truly about learning to love one another because we're not separate, we're one. And learning to see in the we of everything rather than the I. And thank you so much for sharing because it solidifies those memories and that which resides within my being, within the DNA, which has already been unlocked, be able to see so clearly. Thank you.
That's in our very conscience. That's why I'm using collective conscience to say yes and no. And we have that capacity built within us. That is our constitution. That is the sacred covenant they're speaking about. And that's why when you look at the times when people took care of each other's children, they gave each other rides, they shared food, and we were not afraid of each other, and there wasn't violence. I grew up in that kind of childhood before I was forced to go to Catholic boarding school in Santa Fe, New Mexico. And then I was told that my language and culture was witchcraft and I was going to hell at 12 years old. So I need to go in your sweat lodge. Gail, where are you? Where are you?
We're all sending Patricia to North Carolina.
Where are you? Light the fire for me.
Oh,
I'll pour the water.
our fires are all lit in our hearts today. Reverend Jeffrey, you have your hand up. Come on in.
Hi. Thank you. And yes, it's wonderful to see you, Patricia, that you survived all that insanity and here being part of the solution that we all are working together. I just have some hopeful news for everyone. I'd like to bring some hope. By the way, we had a wonderful, I'm part of the Global Peace Tribe, Awakening World, and Dr. Jude had a beautiful, I put some stuff in the chat for folks. It's just such a wonderful group of folks over there, and they're bringing in so many organizations that are working together. Collaboration, I see, is a big shift. Everybody is coming together to work together to collaborate. And so I put some links to that. Yes, I can relate, Patricia. I grew up in a community that was my parents were wonderful. People got together and they built a community, and I sought that, when I saw not happening, and did become a founder of a tribe or a community called The Farm in Summertown, Tennessee in the 70s. And it really was very idealistic. Hopefully these kind of communities can be built again. It's still very wonderfully functioning, but the good news I'm a member of the International Space Federation, and I work with Nassim Haramein and the scientists over there, that not only do they understand, like we're saying, the science, the deep underlying field, the ether that you're talked about when you understand how we're connected. It's wonderful that we are now having not only the understanding as intuitively, and the faith understanding from those that have that wisdom or tune into that wisdom. We now also are allowing our intellect to expand so we understand the nature or of this reality, of this underlying field of energy that connects everything at a very deep level, and it's infinite, of course, and it's powerful. And actually, once we learn to cooperate with nature, that which creates all of nature, creates us and everything in it, we may be able to, and from what their work is, they're very close to this, be able to align ourselves with that energy for a source of energy that's unlimited. Just like the infinite source itself is unlimited, we could tap into that unlimited force. And there, the science is definitely there because it's the truth, it's the reality, and we're now just understanding it. And they're actually being able to figure out how to do that, which is exciting, which will also lead to other wonderful things that will take a lot of stress off of Gaia Mother Earth, because they'll have gravity control. So we will end the need for fossil fuels, which would be wonderful. We'll have a source of energy that can be open to everyone, so we can make a world that'll work for everyone. So on that, I bring that hope. They've got the answers. Now we just need to bring them into the world, and they're working very hard over at the International Space Federation to bring this kind of technology for everyone, and it is open. So I'm hopeful, and I know I appreciate everyone in all these organizations every day that gets up and holds that consciousness of oneness. The scientists, a while, I will put in a little trailer. There was, they put, Malcolm Carter made a movie of Nassim's work a while back called The Connected Universe. And it shows how the direction and how close we're doing it. So I'll put that in the check. It's just a 4-minute trailer, but it's very inspirational to know that that's happening also. And once this science becomes the new model, which it means at some point in that intellectual study of science, everyone from kindergarten up will be taught the model of the field, the connected universe. The ether is back, so to speak. That science took out that separation, that materialistic view will have to totally be rethought, and this new model put in place, and once it's totally implanted into the collective humanity, it should be a way that everyone is taught from day, throughout the educational system. So some hope for everyone, and it's not long distance. It's not 100 years that they're bringing that technology in, and it should be years or definitely less than a decade away to actually be seeing this new technology emerging. So thank you for all your work, and I'm glad to be able to say hello to everybody.
Thank you, Reverend Jeffrey.
Well, you're speaking of spiritual science, and spiritual science is in our own conscience. So it's not out there for someone, an expert, to do for us, but we have our own conscience to use for its appropriate function, which is to discern and make the decisions at a personal level within our own daily life. We can all do that, and that's all I'm saying right here is that, for example, I have to go to the food bank, and when I do, I share with elders, two women elders, and also a child in my neighborhood. A child is not in her home because of domestic violence. And so even though I go to the food bank, I share that food. That's a simple thing, and we can all think of simple things to help, people around us in every way that we can, and not be just isolating ourselves and saying, well, that's their problem, it's not my problem. Because when we destroy ourselves, we destroy others, and we destroy others, we destroy ourselves. So let's get our planet we have a suicide homicide pact, a global suicide homicide pact. Do we realize that we're all contributing to, that's got to be like, no, that's not okay with me. I'm not doing that. That's not my intention. I'm going to do this, and I'm going to do it differently. And this is how I'm going to go about it. And this is what works, because it works for thousands of years. And it's based on the reality of our own resources to stay in the body. and to steward the planet, the earth, the Mother Earth, and each other. So thank you for your feedback. And I'm just bringing up, along with all the other sciences, it's time now for spiritual science and not to be afraid of spiritual. We could call that intuition or creative imagination. And in the school system, all I'm calling it is affirmative thinking and decision making, to say yes to what is constructive and life affirming. So it's not scary and it's not hard.
Thank you, sister. We will continue to flow the feathered. Sister Ursula, you have not shared. Would you like to share?
Yes, I'm so pleased to be part of this process, which you're presenting, Sister Patricia, because, you know, every time you speak, it's not imagination, but it is a flow from the soul, and I can feel it. And I think we all do, because it's such a natural, gentle emanation. And I love your perception that you provide, which is, again, a very organic process that you just introduced us to, on how to, you know, realign our identity formation. We're going to have one while we're living on the planet, but let's have a true one. You know, I think of the tender truth that lives with every life, if we can hear it. And so it's so good to hear you speak about the emanation of the spirit, which is our conscience. And we're all born with it, whether we know it consciously or not. So it's rare to hear people speak in the way that you do, Sister Patricia, and I really appreciate it. And I hope that this collaboration that Brother Phil speaks about now, which is within that bigger picture of the unifying of all the nations of indigenous peoples, but also what I see that you're a part of, and what he's hoping all your kindred spirits are a part of, is actually stopping the spiritual malnutrition that's been going on for thousands of years. So I really value the wisdom you and the grandmothers and the elders offer to everyone, because wherever it can come from whichever direction, it really does uplift the soul and elevate our perceptions and especially our feeling lives, because they've been starved, you know, or really knotted up, our feeling lives, whereas you give a flow to them that's real, connective, and that's so important. So thank you very much. Not really a question. I'm so pleased to be able to say thank you.
Let's use conscience and moral reasoning, which is reality is exact in the natural order laws that govern us equally. And then we have spiritual identity and morality, moral reasoning. When we use the word consciousness, that produces perception, and perception is reality is relative to our perception. So that's where we polarize into perpetual adversary conflict and warfare. Through our consciousness produces perception, reality is relative to our perception, and then we have to be converted and gang up and pit against one another. And then there is no spiritual morality. There is no spiritual self-identity and moral reasoning. And so I'm reframing the word consciousness and perception into using our collective conscience and moral reasoning, where reality is exact in the natural order. And then we have spiritual identity and morality in our decision making. And right now I'm using the art of making distinction between these English words, because I'm teaching it from the Nepazad, the holy people's language and sacred words, and describing into English this distinction of words Because if I use consciousness and perception, and then where reality is relative to each person's perception, and what I know how to do and been taught to do, and what I'm doing, what I'm calling how to, is the how to requires the sequencing accordingly to anchoring and grounding in alignment with natural order law, nature law, and the goodwill that we're of the purpose of this event, and all the people who are doing their part in this event, not only on this particular Zoom call, but we're all interrelated, interconnected in our intention. That is the ceremonial. That's the how to on a ceremonial change process is for that distinction, for people to realize that your decision in your own capacity is that powerful and profound to make those external changes to manifest what we are intending.
Thank you, sister. Brother Doug, would you like to share?
Oh, yes. Okay, Patricia, you're saying you're in around Eagle Butte, your husband? Is that right?
Not in yes, Eagle Butte itself is on the Cheyenne River Lakota Reservation in South Dakota.
Is that near Wambi?
Pardon?
Is that near Wambi, where Charles Chip and Uweepy Stone and his Sundance goes on?
The community of Wambly is in it's south toward the Nebraska, and I'm not sure if it's on Pine Ridge or Rosebud. Wambly might be either on Pine Ridge or Rosebud, but it's near, Wambly is near Mission, South Dakota. Eagle Butte is back to back with Standing Rock in North Dakota, where the water issues were in a affirmative action, affirmatively defending the water from the oil.
Yep, I'm familiar with the Standing Rock. Yeah. Okay, I'm also familiar with kind of walk the razor's edge between you might say wilderness or off-grid situations and in industrial stuff. I got some examples right here I need to show you. This is, I don't know if you can see it. It's a vacuum tube. And it's very good for heating water. Very, very good. And for collecting as an energy source. And in that area around there, you have high temperatures in the summertime with cold water below at about, sort of thing. I know at Wambi, they had that situation where the water was about 40 degrees in the wells. Now that's an ideal situation for generating power, sort of thing. With the hot water from the vacuum tubes and the cold water from the well, you can generate electricity quite easy, sort of thing, by putting it through, basically putting it through a Tesla turbine, which is basically with the phase change, with the changing from water to steam, you can create a lot of power, and your byproduct is pure water because it's distilled water, sort of thing. Now, some of these products are very economical, like that vacuum tube I just showed you are only about $2 out of China, but because of the, I don't know, the industrial complex thing, there's they get a little more expensive over here. Now, if there's Yeah, and you're also looking for a kind of like a commodity or a source of income or revenue or whatever you want. There, there's a situation down there in the rivers also is that you got, are you familiar with the Uwepi stones?
We call them Sehdian, holy rock people.
Ah, yeah, yeah. Okay, there's quite a
And
few of them in that.
let me just say this, that your topic is excellent because we're thinking about places, even in the South and Appalachia and people in rural areas is where the products and services then begin to benefit instead of benefiting the corporation that we, so how do we together, do we figure out, because access is being denied and keeping people in poverty. And so did anyone see the movie Killers of the Flower Moon? I encourage you to see that and understand the dynamics of the land grab is still going on in nefarious ways. So when we make this correction, my point is making our correction within our thinking and our intention to carry out and manifest and design the co-creative solution to benefit inclusively people, then products and services will synergistically complement. And that's how we reframe our social economic, that's justice. Then we are doing social justice. So what you're bringing up in terms of purely innovation of products and their capacity and their implementation is just excellent example of, again, we must, how do we, what can we do and where do we start? Myself, it's just hoping to inspire and motivate like all of you are already doing.
Thank you, Brother Doug.
Yeah, in northern.
Doug, if possible.
Okay, I'll go on again. In northern, yeah.
I was gonna say, Brother Doug, I would be honored if we could get together and spearhead those projects to bring back in polished form to Sister Patricia. We could do that in Earth Mother because that's what we do. We work on such things there. And I'll give you closing thoughts here really quick. We do have to move on. Sister Gail's presentation is about ready to come up, and we have other blessings later. So Doug, go ahead and finish any thoughts you have really quick, please.
Okay, I'm familiar with the logistics with the tribes up north in British Columbia. Matter of fact, look into that because it's a very important aspect of getting trade going, sort of thing, which reunites. Yeah, I'll leave it at that, and maybe we'll get together and discuss this further at another time.
Indeed, we will, brother. Thank you. And speaking of tribes up north, Sister Becky, are you with us? She was here. There you are. Let me get you unmuted, sister. Come on in.
Hi, greetings, everybody, my relatives. Do we have a topic? I'm sorry. I just finished doing a podcast with this beautiful lady from Barons River, Manitoba. Her name is Joan Jack, and she calls it Brave Indigenous Conversations. And she set it up like she invited me to be on a panel, and we're supposed to emulate like The View. So we've done a few of them, and she has a YouTube channel. But yeah, today's topic was food security because her daughter's become a farmer in Manitoba. And all the funny things that can happen when you farm, like she's got babies all around her, and yet she orders 1,000 chicks to be her first farming venture. And then, wow, it's just amazing. Today is Water Day, right? Water, that spirit that flows all over this beautiful planet, this beautiful planet. So one time I was in that deep despair of looking at all of the things that harm the world, harm the people. So I took a trip out into the space where I could see the earth as a single entity and just look at her. And I thought, well, I'm out here looking at her. I can go down there a little closer. And in my mind, this is all taking place, and I can pluck off the harmful things and throw them in the deepest, farthest reaches of the space that we occupy. Things like the HARP array, things that I feel are aimed against us by other powers. And so I'm doing that. And suddenly I realize I'm surrounded by grandmothers. And they want to help me. They think that, oh, you're doing a good thing here. Let's join in. And so I got to know all these spiritual grandmothers that are here all the time. And I began to call them sky grannies. And that's my spiritual science in a sense, because they represent for me the ever surrounding presence of our grandmothers and grandfathers who've been here, know the experience of this life, and have gone on. The great G5 Mekong Road, the Milky Way Road, but they come back and they're here for us. And the thing I perceived from these grannies that occupy this space with us is that they're from all of our origins, indigenous people and European people and Asian people and all around the world, black, white, yellow, red. And grandmothers are the depository of the people's knowledge and ways. And so as I developed this relationship with the sky grannies, I realized they're my connection. They're my intermediary. They're there to help me in what I ever need. And I've never doubted them. And so I've taught other people, like, if you have a real need, talk to your sky grannies. We all have, if we're here on this earth, we've had grandmothers and they love us. And I think that there's nothing grandmothers like more than to have a genuine problem they can solve for someone, because they have all this skill, all this life experience. So I never ever doubt them. I just say, sky grannies, I'm so happy that, and whatever need I might have, I just say to them that I'm so happy for that. Thank you. Miigwech. And I just leave it with them, knowing full well that they will figure out how to help me with that problem. And I have no worries. And it's not for self-service exactly, except to keep me alive, like put food on the table at times or gas in the car or whatever. There's no problem too big for the sky grannies. So I just teach people that. One time I had a friend who was a very, very great textile artist, and she needed a sewing machine. She was using a borrowed crummy sewing machine, yet still producing beautiful art. So I said to her, well, if you could have exactly what you wanted, what would you have? And she named a model and a manufacturer. She was very specific. So I taught her, I said, okay, I want you to say this. And she did it. And then 1 week later, someone contacted me and said, I'm moving and I have to get rid of all this stuff. Could you use a something and this kind of sewing machine? It was exactly the sewing machine she identified. So I called her up and said, guess what? Sky Grannies are delivering. So I expect you're going to have some beautiful creations come out of this wonderful sewing machine. And I think I'll just close it there, but it's always nice to be here with you folks. Miigwech.
Last thing for me, the star people, I'm glad to know that they include the star grannies. Setian, our holy star people. Thank you.
Indeed, one does, sister. It is always a pleasure to have Sister Becky here with us. We have exactly 5 minutes to finish this circle. Jack, Brother Jack, are you there with us? Would you like to comment or? Not sure if he's. Okay, the only one left is Sister Ehawanakro. Freebird, are you there? I believe that's it. Sister Gail.
Thank you so much, all of you, for participating and circling up with us in balance, and to step a little more towards balance. And if we haven't worn Patricia out with all of this intense topic discussion, I would love to address the dream of Shonda's that she calls Union of Nations, and the way that we are exploring moving into uniting us as people. And I will give you some time to give some thought to that while we give you another balancing the brain song, image, and sound. If Pamela's still here with me, I don't know for sure. But the question I'm asking is, can we, as a circle here today, as a group of humans, reach back to before all this colonization, before all this industrial revolution and new technology solution and things that we are so immersed in out of necessity? Can we reach back to the beginning of this wave of humans where we all share ancestors? And on this continent, those ancestors were known as the Woodlands people and the Plains people. And I mentioned at the beginning of our gathering that Patricia's in a unique position of holding both those lineages. So I'm of the Woodlands people from one of the oldest villages here on the oldest mountain on Turtle Island. Had 3 grandmothers who raised me, who go back to those times. And can we reach back to those original instructions and the simplicity of them that we came in with? And so I'm going to ask Pamela, and how can we do that in a practical, verb-based? Our language is ancient and verb-based. So I will ask you all to take the challenge of speaking in a verb-based way with verbs instead of nouns. When we come back from this song, any thoughts and examples of that challenge will be tremendously appreciated. And Pamela, the song is Ancient Humans, if that one's easy for you. Reach back to your ancestors that we all share. And let's play together when we come back with this topic. eyes of moon and stars spark with fires of ancient humans. Flesh of earth and ash walk in ways of ancient humans. Hair of air and stone hold the wave of ancient humans. Listening with our heart that knows the joy of ancient humans. Headwaters, passageways between the worlds of ancient humans. Singing songs of ancient wisdom, winding ways. Singing songs of ancient wisdom, finding place. Singing songs of ancient wisdom, holding space. Singing songs of ancient wisdom's glowing face. Flowing like water with the wisdom of ancestors. Deep in my bones lies the wisdom of ancestors. Feeding my spirit with the wisdom of ancestors. Quiet minds witnessing the wisdom of ancestors. Fresh gold mountain streams, spiraling wisdom of ancestors. Singing songs of ancient wisdom, winding ways. Singing songs of ancient wisdom, finding place. Singing songs of ancient wisdom, holding space. Singing songs of ancient wisdom's glowing face. Mountain tops flow free, blowing ashes to the sea. Birds of spirits flying by, call us all up to the sky. Weaving, winding, spinning, sighing, shining grace. Drumming, singing, dancing, flowing will erase trails of tears that buried wisdom of our ways. Mountain tops flow free, blowing ashes to the sea. Birds of spirits flying by, call us all up to the sky. Sun and moon play hide and seek, waking us up at our peak. Over, under, tossed about with a whisper or a shout. Circles, spirals, angles, lines, charting paths throughout time. Weaving ways of ancient wisdom in our mind. Thank you, Pamela. Just take a moment to feel the relief of returning to the language of the soul in the fourth dimension of symbol and image as we experience the harmony and the integrating music. This is what music does in the Jungian depth psychology training that I hold. It integrates, and we've stirred up a lot to integrate here today. And I'm grateful that we've done, this beautiful work in this beautiful way, and we've come together to complement what's happening in Palenque and to begin this new indigenous-led movement towards balance. So experience your own internal balance from the thinking dominance, thinking culture back to the music and singing and dancing and the ways of our ancestors. Our ancestors focused on food, shelter, music with the bone flute and the drum, and dancing and gathering. And it wasn't as much for the good of the whole as it was for the highest and best and kindness. The circles were finding the kindness. So how can we all step into this shift of reaching back to the old ways for new times and bringing those original instructions forward when you can speak in a verb-based language? I know that's challenging and takes a big shift, but do what you can and just have fun with it if you all will. And Patricia, I'll begin with your thoughts on that if you don't mind.
Gail, music is, of course, the universal language, and also 99% of communication is eye contact and body language. My own father always loved to travel, and he told us, make friends. And so we need to give up this enemy creation by devaluing people and dehumanizing people to justify our inflicting pain on others. And there are people who are addicted to the pleasure of inflicting pain, and there are people who are addicted to receiving that pain, believing that a spiritual path is pain and suffering. And it is not. That's not the human condition. Our legacy from generation to generation is that chanting and drumming is our communication to creator and creation and nature and all living, everything that's living in within us and around us. The aliveness enlivens us. And with that, I'm speaking of the ceremony Hojoj, that literally is living the loving way as a way of life. That's not like a trite saying to say, oh, that's nice, it sounds nice, feel good, and forget about it and click off, leave and go on our way again. That is a way of life, and we are learning together that it's a beautiful way of life together. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Patricia. It is a beautiful way, and it is the way of balance and the way of the circle, the way of moving beyond hierarchy, back into equality and kindness. Kindness at our highest and best in every breath we take. Would anyone like to play with my challenge for a verb-based statement on moving back to the ways of our original ancestors at this time? I see a hand, a courageous hand from Jane. Please share with us. Can't hear you yet. Keep working with that mic.
Okay,
You
I
can
don't
see,
I don't
oh,
see Jane's hand. Hang on a second. Oh, she didn't have her hand. Okay. I was
the
looking
real
at the
hand.
front of I was looking at the front of the line. Come
Oh,
on
the
in.
real hand.
Come on in, Jane.
Now I can unmute, I think. Yay!
There you are.
Being, loving, nurturing. That's a start.
Yes, that's a beautiful start. Those are verbs. Yes, thank you so much. Action-based steps. Yeah, those are a little abstract. Are we gonna dance? Are we gonna sing? Are we gonna create something?
Ursula.
Who else? I see hands. Yeah, come on.
Yes. In living the life and abiding with time, one must love deeply and strong.
Thank you, Ursula. Gosh, Shonda, you shuffle these hands. They're coming up too quick for me.
Sister Lisa, come on in.
Reaching, reflecting, listening, pulling, pursuing, embodying, integrating, inviting.
Beautiful.
That's what I have.
Verbs.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yeah. Now take your verbs to a whole sentence when you can. You know, you guys have a beautiful start on calling in the verbs. Let's Make them a little more concrete. Move them from the unseen to the seen world. Take that axis mundi and connect the unseen and the seen world. Go ahead with your hands, Shonda, if you will.
Brother Michael, come on in.
Thank you very much. I'm being inspired to free flow the poem here in the moment on verbalization.
I think we have 20 minutes.
over-
Excuse me, Michael. I just want to give you a time frame. We have 20 minutes before Dana's presentation. Is that right, Shonda?
Yes, she will be here at 4.
Eastern.
So that's
Yeah.
a little over an hour. Go ahead, Michael.
Oh, okay, Central. Sorry, Michael.
No, thank you. Can you hear me quite well?
Yes.
Thank you. I am here to be in the now, to know and to become as I feel and taste without forgetting the agreement of which we speak. I write as I sleep in the being that I am, as I believe the sounds of the taste of heart echo what we all prefer. As we agree to eat and go and sleep and write, we become our own talk to have love. Thank you.
That's
for listening
beautiful,
to my-
Michael. Thank you. I'm going to be a little
I'll have
mischievous.
to get that from the record. That's straight from the grandfather spirit that runs through me. Thank you for listening, allowing me
Thank
to
you.
free flow this.
Thank you, Michael. I'm going to be a little mischievous with my little coyote pup here and ask you to drop out all the I's and we's and move into the verb-based language just a little more when you have time to think about that and move in that direction. Would anyone else like to attempt a verb-based sentence that moves something in your heart from the noun-based dominance culture language of commerce to the ancient language of verb-based action, verb-based on food, shelter, singing, dancing, and kindness coming together? Tim, yeah. Tim, I see your real hand. I'll get the real hand, Shonda, if you'll get the electronic hand. Put Tim on it.
Tim, come on in.
Unifying, loving, being, playing, singing, eating, being, playing, singing, swimming, dancing, flying, chatting, loving, playing.
Uh-huh. Thank
Beautiful,
you.
Tim.
Thank you,
Yes.
Tim.
Great verbs. We'll get to sentences.
It's harder than
It's
okay.
hard.
Anyone else?
Shonda, how about you?
Oh, well, okay. Oh, because we are one, we advocate recognizing humanity has exceeded her carrying capacity and believe restoring balance to biosphere and fostering peace are essential. Therefore, we commit
Oh, yeah, you dove deep with your verb base. You must have a mermaid tail. Thank you. That's beautiful. Yeah. Yeah. Who's next? Carla's giving us one word at a time in the chat, one verb at a time.
Lynn, come on in, sister.
Let us co-create all the natural wisdom, the love, vibration on which we came to this sacred planet, and feel the love amongst all of us as we flow through this life to a better time where we are all one energy and bringing ourselves together, a space between us filled with light and love and wonderment.
Thank you, Lynn. I'll just encourage you to drop out the nouns, drop out the us and we's, because anytime we are us, there's a they. We used to have this fun little game when I was growing up. We would play rook, and my father had a Juris Doctorate in law, and he would say we and they, and my Salagi, Deer Clan people. My father was Medicine Clan people, so he infiltrated the system of assimilating. And the Deer Clan people would say us and them when we kept score in the games. So just drop out those pronouns and step right into the action of creating a tangible something. Okay, and I'll tell you where this is a beautiful presentation. The psychiatrist for the Dalai Lama, what is his name? I want to say Doug somebody, actually presents this wheel system where he says the verbs are the hub. That is the center of the circle. And the nouns rotate on the circumference, and they go round and around, but they don't ever get very centered. And so centering ourselves allows us to create and to act in the present moment. We also have a Salagi, a system of healing says that we can only heal in this present moment. And part of this practice is to have someone stand in front of us and hold our eyes straight ahead. If you notice, when your eyes go to the left, you're going into the past. When your eyes go to the right, you're going into the future. It's a very dominant culture move with our soul trying to speak through our eyes, the windows to our soul. And so if someone holds our vision, our sight straight ahead, we remain present. And then we let the crystals, we let the selenite and the jet bring the dark and the light that has crystallized within our physical body due to the actual experiences in this lifetime. We let the crystals break those down. It's much less painful. It's not re-traumatizing. It's just creating the work that the crystals are here to do. And they were here first as our eldest ancestors. And then the water that washes it all away in the alchemist's saludio part of the process. And then the plant medicine came to help us. So call on that when you're ready in this process of healing. And then the animals are here to teach us in this fourth world to come to our highest humanness, our highest and best human being place as we enter the fifth world of the humans, where it will be determined whether we continue as this wave of humans or whether we are shaken off the earth and humans begin again, as so many have before.
Wada, thank you, sister. Brother Richard, would you like to come play the verb-based language game? Are you there, brother? There you are. Brother, you need to check your mic. We're not hearing you.
Can you hear me?
Yes, a little louder, please.
Yeah, I'll have to adjust the sensitivity.
A little louder.
I was thinking releasing and rising. Let me check my mic though.
Yeah, brother, you need to check your mic. We're barely hearing you. Brother, we'll come back. Anyone else? I'd let you work on your mic here for a moment. Unless you can connect it, I'm still looking for someone raise your hand if you would like to come into the circle. Carla.
Hello. So much. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
I feel a lot of the clapping, stomping, releasing, loving, being, walking, doing, singing, celebrating, collaborating, integrating, uh, uh, calibrating. Oh,
Thank you. I'll
Thank
try
you.
to lead by example. Opening my heart, feeling connection, moving my eyes in this circle, enjoying the love that is present. Feel the presence that it brings us into when we come to the center of this hub. Okay. Does someone else want to try it? I have, another place to go if you guys are ready to go there. Daphne, I see a real hand. Can't hear you though. Can you unmute?
Who
Daphne?
are we looking for? You guys are
Daphne
moving.
is actually in the pin spot, but she's muted.
There you go. Come on in, Daphne. You muted yourself again. Whoever is all co-hosts, please let me unmute in spotlight, please. Daphne, come on in.
In loving embrace with conscious awareness, the veils become thinner as we begin to create within the new realities of what our heart vibrates at the highest, so that healing and all is possible within unity and oneness.
Very sweet, Daphne. Yeah, beautiful. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sister. Richard, would you like to try your mic again? As soon as I can find you, where did you go?
Maybe
Go
lean
ahead.
in a
Go
little
ahead and check.
closer.
Go ahead and check your mic, please, Richard. You're unmuted. Go ahead. No, brother, I think you may have to go into settings. You're still not there.
Or
Anyone
lean in
else?
close. Try leaning in close.
He's not even connected.
Mm.
Who else is left?
Ari
Lynn?
well, we can't do that to Ari. We got to give him some time.
Yeah, he does. He has enough.
Come into sync with the hearts in the room.
And we may Ari, are you with Brother Thomas by chance? Oh, he's not. Okay.
He's not.
Oh,
no.
that's no, he's already back in LA, isn't he? Okay, very good. Okay. Sister, you said you have somewhere to be. I would like to at
No,
this.
I have somewhere to go from this part of the conversation.
Oh, okay. I think it's before we go on, I would love to hand the talking stick to Sister Patricia, or she can conclude thoughts here.
Yeah, I've actually seen her do this in a way that identifies the, not in the verb-based way, but in the way that identifies colonizer language. Do you remember that, Patricia? In one of the first presentations I saw you doing with John Raymer, you were able to take people back to the ways that their speech supported colonization, dominance culture ways.
Well, you all looked at the chart, which is a visual that shows and illustrates that this triangle is hierarchy and patriarchy. It can be also hierarchy and matriarchy. And so tribes are matrilineal, which is through the bloodline of the mother. And so when we talk about language, I'm using the distinction of inverse and affirmative, and that there are two thinking systems, and people don't know that. So when we also, it's not what happens, wait a minute, let's see. What happens outside of us, the external events, we interpret through our either inverse or affirmative. And right now, we're interpreting from inverse, meaning that we have to be remediated to some end state of perfection. So words are the root, the words and the sounds that are that resonate and vibrate with nature. That's what you're getting at, Gail, because tribal languages do speak mostly in verbs and in doing. Well, here's a kind of a conflict of interest here, or incongruency, is that in America, individualism, the individualism is valued, but the individuality within the whole, we're not communicating as the individuality within the whole, which requires verbs. It does require action. It does, for example, there's no way to say, I'm sorry. Absolutely, totally no way to say, I'm sorry. Can only say, make room for me while I'm correcting myself. See, I'm correcting myself. Oh, I made a mistake, Creator. I forgot who I am. I'm correcting myself. So there isn't this interference and obstacle for saying I'm sorry, which puts a block there. And then how do I get past it? I hope that's an example that people can understand. So when we use the word colonial, even the word colonial, we're all impacted by using language that justifies that it is okay to perpetrate the atrocities that we're witnessing in a global crisis level. And so I'm glad you brought out the practice of we're creating brain synapse by doing this exercise, because the firing does, the fire goes from one brain receptor to the other through the liquid. There is water, we could say water. 72% water we are, and there's water externally to us. So what I'm speaking to is that we can understand that the false reality that we're trying to create is actually the insanity, because we cannot create that false reality, even though colonialism has been perpetuated from generation to generation and has taught us to speak from our compartmentalized thinking. That's either or, for and against, right and wrong. These are all colonial terminology, and then you spoke about us and them, me and the others, which when we're talking about love in our language, we cannot say I love you and only you and just you and nobody else. That's exclusive. So we're also putting action, our verbs in action, which doesn't exclude. We're not using words that exclude, but finding ways about how our language can build the we can walk this path of love and peace by our refocusing on how we use our language and sounds and resonance that has an actual physiological and biological into our body. We're feeling that. So the words I'm saying that you don't understand, your body understands, because there's a vibration and a resonance to it. So practice, how do we do that in the English language to convey our intention that the reality we're existing is valid and true, and we're not going to continue with objectifying people and saying they're separate and that there's a divide there, whether it's racial or political, but how we can put our words into action by focusing on this intention. And colonialism then is something that turned into capitalism. It turned into imperialism. It's now into all these we're saying democracy, but no, it's still plutocracy, it's still oligarchy, it's still kleptocracy. And so these words are still conveying hierarchy and patriarchy. And then women are trying to be equal to men, when in fact they're saying hierarchy and matriarchy. And so I'm just giving you an example, some examples of the distinction of tribal languages. Do not have this the nature of the semantics of the English language that sounds like that we're adversarial, that sounds like that we're separate, that sounds like we're divisive, it has that vibration and resonance. So your way of teaching is for us to say, oh, I didn't know that. Now, in my brain synapse, that we can straighten out our actual receptors, because our receptors get skewed. That firing from fire through the water, through the liquid in the brain synapse is skewed. And then we're calling that a reality. And no, it's a spell. So we're undoing you're really teaching us how to undo a spell in our brain. So let me give you the word, the spiritual word is adith. Jitle is adith, means our blood and the chemistry and the alchemy in our blood. So that's in our brain synapse with the fire, earth, water, fire, and air, and the receptors that are not skewed. So a diff is actually the joy within our heart, the love, and we transfer it. We can communicate that through water. And Emoto from Japan proved that. He was a photographer. Said when we bless and we pray, the water crystals change. And the words we even can write and put on the water changes that. So when we say these words in action in verbs, I said living the, I framed it, but I said living the loving way is a living the loving way of life. And that is a whole brain thinking that we access where the creative solutions are for us without being abstract and removed and saying, oh, that's happening to other people, but not me. Creator, punish them. Don't punish me, because that's blame shifting. That's their fault. And I'm not involved in that. So how do we undo, how do we not continue to speak and talk and think accordingly, that we repeat those patterns in terms of how we are speaking and acting and making decision. So I'm deconstructing colonialism and the justification for it. So I'm still following the ceremonial change process by naming the out of balance, identifying the root cause, and then the co-creative solution in the natural order law, which is our whole brain thinking and conscience, which you have then given us a task here that we could practice and be alerted and awake and aware that everything we think and say and do, this miracle of appropriate use of our conscience, then that is what we manifest in our decision making. So that is, we're calling that a digital, the appropriate brain function synapse, where the brain receptors are firing from our heart, from our love, from creation, all synchronized in our words, because that's our intention. So that word adishchitle is actually love, joy, happiness, peace. And then the scientists, I'm speaking it in spiritual science, but the other scientists, they call it serotonin, dopamine, catecholamines, and so on. And that's really all it is this joy of, excuse me, I'm correcting myself. I'm correcting myself. It's an action, and not like someday, maybe tomorrow, next millennium, or never, and being trapped, but movement forward out of being when we don't even know that we don't know that we're trapped and entrenched. And then, oh, I'm seeing the aha, oh, I get it. And we can come out of this spell that is not good for us. And that's not our intention for ourselves and each other.
Yes, beautiful. Thank you all.
Gracefully said, sister. Thank you so much. Okay, I have a quick update. We have finally set Dana's performance. She will be in at 4:22 as exactly the time she wishes to show up. She will be here for an hour, and we have been requested to close the room at 6 Pacific. for Becky to come in and reset the stream keys for 22 prayers. So we will close at 6 and reopen again at 7 with 22 prayers.
Wait, now, Shonda, 22 prayers starts at 7 Eastern, I thought, and that would be too late. 6
We will
Pacific.
close the room at 6 Eastern, and Becky will reopen it at 7
Okay.
Eastern. Okay.
Great. Thank you. Yeah, that's great. That's great. So what do you want us to do, Shonda, for that 10 minutes before Dana gets here?
I think we should play some water blessings. We've got
Okay.
some beautiful music set up. I think that would be a great place to go. I'm going to remove all spotlights. And is your text still here, Gail? Is Pam
She is
still here?
not. She's gone to pick up her grandchildren, but I think Lisa might be prepared with some.
Yes, Lisa has music. She does.
Some links. I don't see Lisa though.
Are
Do
you
you?
kidding?
No,
Lisa's
unfortunately.
having a break.
Okay,
Okay, well, let's see if Becky
okay,
thinks we want
everybody, let's try
speak.
to let's try to keep order, please. Let's try to figure this out. We're looking for our texts that have music, and Lisa is gone. So, and Pam is gone. Okay, so okay, well, you carry us forward, Gail, for a few minutes, and I will
Yeah,
I will pull
thank
up
you,
some
Shonda.
myself.
Great. And I'll give Becky a chance to speak to what we've been talking about if Anishinaabe ways come into play with this play that we've been doing here. Becky, would you please share anything that you'd like to? I see you're muted. Are you okay with you can't unmute? Okay, who's the co-host that can unmute Becky?
I'm trying to get there. I'm headed that way.
Okay. Shauna's got you. She's got us all
Go,
in this circle.
go ahead, sister. Go ahead.
Thank you, Shonda. So is it to use verb speaking or
Verb-based language and action that actually is tangible and physical on this middle realm with the elements here on earth where we are present.
okay. So walking in a good way, experiencing now, observing what is, feeling connected to all my relations. I wondered if we could also make song suggestions. You can grab off of YouTube sort of thing.
Well, it's a little tricky because if we violate copyright accidentally, we'll get pulled off the live stream and it's a real pain to get back on live stream. So we actually brought together a list that Sean is going out to find, and we can sing our gratitude with the gratitude song that many of us know and that came to me from the spring here on the land, a direct result of learning to listen. It came in Lakota ceremony language because we have held those sweat lodges for 15 years here on this sacred mountain. So join me. I know many of you know this song. Ancestors, grandmothers, please share compassion. All my relations, together in the sound frequency, the new healing way of sound frequency and the integration of our teachings that we share in these ways when we come together like this, and the integration that moves beyond appropriation as we continue to discuss in community our experiences of these teachings that we've shared so much of today. I ask you, please step into community and continue conversation based on your experiences of these ways.
Sister, please return from original sound.
Thank you, Shonda. I hope you could hear all that, because I don't know if I can say it all again. I'm just saying, okay, please step beyond appropriation with the integration of song, okay, and returning to community with feedback, conversation, your experiences of all that has been shared here today in discussion, in community exchange, balance, bringing it all together, singing for integration, and moving beyond appropriation, which is so much better than just repeating something you may have heard without the depth of understanding and the full circle and full cycle of bringing it back and sharing it with all of us, or as many of us as can be present to share in these ways that move us into integration and beyond appropriation. Again, moving forward as indigenous led with allies in a new way. Thank you all so very much. And thank you, Patricia, for so much sharing from your heart today and joining us in this way.
You're very welcome. When someone asks, I am transparent, and I said there are no secrets. Healing is for everyone, and there's no healing in blaming, and everything in the light is of the light. And so that's how I understand my own contribution and participation. And I'm grateful to all of you for hearing and listening and honoring each other, supporting the intentions of all the people who are involved in this water ceremony today, and the events that we have been not only participating, but we have actively been involved in making sure that we hear one another, that we listen to one another, we befriend one another, and we care for nurture and care for ourselves as women, and also each other in our family, in our community, and take this to the healing of nations. That's the seed idea that we want to see come to fruition. It may not be in our lifetime, but we know that universe totally supports what we think and say and do. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. And I see Dana, so we'll return to Shonda to bring Dana in for her presentation.
Dana's not scheduled to present for over another hour, so.
Oh, it's another hour. It's Central
Yes,
Time.
yeah,
Okay, well, play some music for us.
2:22 Pacific, which is 4:22 Central and 5:22 Eastern. So we've got a way to go, but we would like to welcome her to the room that she's come to join our ceremony. So we will. We're just going to play some water blessing music. And I must apologize. I was not supposed to be doing this sharing, and I have a lot of windows up, setting up events in the background and stuff. So Hopefully we will get through without much buffering. See how that goes. So is Lisa back yet? Nope, no one's back. And if anyone has any music they would like to play, as long as it's not copyrighted, we do not want to get our live stream shut down. If you have water ceremony, I will continue to play what we have. Did Dana leave? Trying to. Yeah, I think she figured out her. Okay, very good. So if anybody has, please put what you wish to play in the have it ready to play on share screen, and actually put it into the chat to where we can to where I can queue you up, or just put a comment like I would like to play a song or something to where we can see it. Lynn, if you would monitor that, please, and watch the chat, and I'll continue to play. That way we give everybody
And Annalise wants to come in, but I can't unmute her, so she's got something.
Yes,
I've-
Annalise.
Hello, everyone. I do have something. It's from Sabine von Baren. She's from Germany, and she made a water song. And well, it's European, but we might bridge some continents here. So
Right. Beautiful, sister. Go ahead. You should have share screen.
yes, I have. I will. Let's see that it's open. Look at my sound. Please let me know if you cannot hear it.
Sister. Sister, can you turn your volume down just a little? We hear it. It's just a little loud. Okay. No, it's beautiful, but yeah, it's just a little hot. Thank you, sister.
Yes, thank you. Okay, we go again then.
What if we are sorry? What if forgive us? What if we love you? What if we thank you? What if we are sorry? What if forgive us? What if we love you? What if we thank you?
Oh, thank you, sister. Thank you.
Excuse me. Yes, this was Sabine van Baren. She's also in the Peace Week group, and she loves us to share this among friends. So
Wonderful. Thank you, sister. Sister, make sure you have your share sound on. We don't hear anything yet. Sister, I'll go ahead and play one while you look for that one. Annalise, did you find your selection yet? If you did, go ahead and take share screen back.
Thank you. That's better.
Annalise, I'm going to go ahead and make you co-host so you can unmute yourself, okay?
Oh, yes, that's a good idea. Thank you so much. Yes. So I try Michael Cole's Water Song. Is that okay?
Yes, as long as there's no copyrights, we can play because we are live streaming.
We do not know. Let's see what's happening over there.
Van de vroege vogels, de thuiswerkers en de papier.
Almost.
Okay. Thank you, sister. If you'll please pull your share screen down, we're going to move to one of Grandmother Gail's songs. Pamela, are you ready with that?
We are the ones we've waited for. We are here for the earth and for nature. We are here for the earth. We are the ones we've waited for. We are here for the earth and for nature. We are here for the earth. Go down to the river and lean upon the ground. Go down to the river today. Take some red, yellow, and black and white beans and throw them on the ground to pray. Go down to the river and spit up on the ground. Give back to earth what she gave. The only thing that's really ours is in our DNA. Golly, iliga, indigenous ways will help us learn to stay. Golly, iliga, osada. Golly, iliga, osada. Golly, iliga, osada. We are grateful to the earth for our life as it is. Burn some sage, leave some hair, sing some heart-centered prayer. Give back to earth what she gave. Take some red, take some yellow, take some black and white beans and throw them on the ground to pray. Kali Iliga Osada. Kali Iliga Osada. Kali Iliga Osada. We are grateful to the earth for our life as it is. We are the ones we've waited for. We are here for the earth and for nature. We are here for the earth. We are the ones we've waited for. We are here for the earth and for nature. We are here for the earth. We are the ones we've waited for. We are here for the earth and for nature. We are here
I just want to share quickly the teachings that came with that song from the dream world. The wake-up call was go down to the river and lean upon the ground. Go down to the river today. Take some red, yellow, and black and white beans and throw them on the ground to pray. And I woke up, I put it on the recorder that stays under my pillow, and I said, did that really say beans? And I worked with it for about 2 years before I figured out, as I was about to release the song with that beautiful young man playing the didgeridoo in accompaniment, I saw that there was a permaculture workshop on the Pine Ridge Res, and the elder who was teaching was talking about, in our ancient ways, the people would actually throw the beans down as they moved in the direction of the food. And when they came back around full circle, they would have the beans ready to eat and ready to dry for their winter food. So this is the way we learn to listen. And I was also reminded of Patricia's teaching of not saying we're sorry, and how quickly we went back into dominance culture with that. And there was a spontaneous movement in my Sweat Lodge community where instead of saying I'm sorry, we just said starry, starry. And that reminded us that we are starry. We are from the stars, of the stars, and we are doing as she said, catching ourselves and returning to our original ways. So happy to share, and we have a lot more water songs on that playlist. If you want more, Shonda, you just tell us when you're ready.
Pam, do you have another one queued? If not, I'll play one while you queue up. Okay, I'll go ahead. I didn't hear an answer there. I've got all these queued up already. Pam, are you ready for the next one?
I don't see Pamela. She wasn't co-host, and she may have gotten lost. I'm not sure she's still here
Well,
with
she's
us.
been co-host all day. Did she leave or what?
Yes, she left and came back in.
Okay.
Sorry. But I don't know if she's still available.
Okay, well. Can the admins go to the admin chat group and see if we can pull her back? And I'll do another one really quick.
Okay, and that playlist is in the chat if somebody else would like to play the
Yes,
song.
because I can't go pulling up your playlist and looking for stuff. I'm not familiar with it. And remember, I'm not streaming very well either. So
Right.
yeah. These are barely making it because I produced them. So and then also I'm froze. I need to get back there. Let's Gail, go ahead or maybe let's let Sister Patricia hold us over for a few minutes while I get my tech problems straightened out.
Wonderful. I'm thinking right now, looking at all the images of water and the feeling and the ambiance and the time to reflect that we truly are 72% water. And there was a time I was in Siberia, Russia, where we drank from the glacier mountain the whole 7 weeks I was there in the wilderness. And that is real water. It has minerals, it has a life energy in it. And we don't realize that we're not drinking real water today. Our bottled water is not real water. The water out of the tap is not real water. It's lacking the life energy and the minerals in it. And then I'll fast forward over here to my uncle, my father's brother, and he was a person who conducted the waterway ceremony, and that's an all-night ceremony. There are other people who, mostly men, who did the waterway ceremony. We call it Twa Saka Agi, which is remembering that there's water evaporating and there's rain falling. And the rain that's falling is male rain and female rain. So are we cognizant? Are we awake? Are we watching rain in understanding that the lightning, the thunder, the big raindrops, that's what we call male rain, and then the soft drops and the without loud thunder and lightning and just the soft rain, we call that female rain. And so this is just putting your attention on nature, and the nature is within us in the water, and we're in the nature in the water element as well. And so all of our ceremonies, at midnight we have water ceremony, in the morning dawn we have water ceremony. So anytime that we take a shower, anytime we drink water, we can put our thoughts and our affirmations into this water and communicate with the water to truly bless us and to bless all those around us through our thoughts, because that's a conduit. That's how we're connected and that's how we're communicating. And so I just bring that traditional teaching about the waterway ceremony. All of the people, including my uncle and another person from the Navajo reservation, he's from a place called White Cone. They passed on. We lost so many people during COVID that they didn't even speak English. They didn't know any English. They were speaking only in the ceremonial language. And in the water ceremony was the time to have reverence for cleansing and cleansing and purifying. And that means the maladaptive emotions of emptying, like anger, shame, guilt, fear, jealousy, and so on, hatred, to cleanse out of the body, to talk and cry about one's own misunderstanding and miscreations and the consequences of that, to the morning hour and the morning dawn and the new beginning and a new day and a new self-renewal. So that's the power of water ceremony from my indigenous lens. And if somebody has a question about it, we could talk further about it. And I hope you're following and understanding that the main message here with all of us, everyone, is that we're realizing how sacred life is, that what the earth is, Mother Earth. Nahasan Hima is a living being. Nahasan is collectively our Mother Earth, and our body is actually of the earth element, and we're actually of the water element and the fire element in our temperature and also the air. in the perfect peace and love of Creator's sacred breath. So these ceremonies are, they're not rituals, they're not man-made rituals. We're actual, when I use ceremony in English, I named our own water ceremony in our ceremonial language, but in English, when we say water ceremony, what are we talking about? Not just a ritual, but an actual living being that we're within us and around us, and we're existing within it, and we're of it. That's the constitution of indigenous people. It's not a piece of paper that says, in the pursuit of happiness, free for all, be hedonistic and narcissistic and steal everything, lie, cheat, and steal, and so on. Not that kind of liberty and freedom. Be careful of those words, liberty and freedom, and make that distinction and discern that accordingly. So just being in this self-reflection, listening to this beautiful music, let us be grateful that we need to clean up the water and use the water for appropriately for life.
Oh, exactly. Thank you, sister. So Dana is in the room, our water presenter. She will come on in 10 minutes. Pam, have you got Sister Gail's music tied up and take the spotlights down again?
Yeah, it's
She has
ready.
Medicine Woman Dance with Me, which honors all 4 elements and our cycles through life from the dream world. Whenever you're ready, Pamela. Dream a singer, see a sister, medicine woman, walk with me through the valleys to the rich tops, sacred mountain, keep us free. Trails of tears, remove oppression, land back where we still be. Thunders, eagles, bears, panthers, spirit to spirit, dance together. Medicine woman, dance with me. Spirit to spirit, dance with me. Water brings us into balance. Dreamer, singer, peace bringer, medicine man, walk with me. Mystery seer, helpful man, protect our ways for eternity. Walking in strength, empowering wisdom, step into the world we've seen. Ancestors, bison, stones, bones, spirit to spirit, dance together. Medicine woman, dance with me. Spirit to spirit, dance with me. Wind brings us into balance. Dreamer, singer, new life bringer, magic baby, love with me. Shine your moonlight, share your stardust, connect us with your galaxy. Cool and
Caught all innocent to trouble, floating in an ancient sea. Dawn out, sunrise love, spirit to spirit dance together. Medicine woman, dance with me. Spirit to spirit, dance with me. Earth brings us into balance. Dreamer, singer, seeker, finder, gifted one, share with me. Rise with noon sun to your highest light, peak energy. Set our spirit free. Stomp with humility, best that you can be. Rattle the cage of humanity. Daylight, dark night, spirit to spirit dance together. Medicine woman, dance with me. Spirit to spirit, dance with me. Fire brings us into balance.
Thank you, thank you. We have 5 minutes till data begins. You want to go ahead and do another when you have something pulled up, Gail? If not, I'll do one of the ones I have pulled up.
Up to you, Pamela and Shonda.
You want me to play another one, Gail? You saw what I have here.
Yeah,
Okay, I'll go ahead. Y'all figure cue one up, and I'll.
I had to switch machines, so I lost my messenger chat. If she needs another one, Pamela, I think I sent you a list this morning.
Yeah, just go ahead and pull something up, and I'll do one while you're queuing up.
Okay.
What any life. You must put to heart free water. Interest free must start full one water, then pasaun gan lahan di. Because you put to hand di la water, ting li nastala water, heart li nastala water, but you never carry sound la hand. Time at 5 year, 6 year, Mr. Grandma me every time I take me like on the salt water, and me stop like me game on peep for the sound. The time where me got 16 year, me start learning.
Bring you want something inside like you same height. Yes. Lo me tell me make me feel say come out. Me want me feel proud. Lo me want say me sabe make him. Yes. Sorry.
It's the magical time of 222. And we have 22 participants in the room.
Every woman only got same thing, same heart.
Is it
Same
okay if we
spirit
finish
inside
this
the
one
water, same feeling,
a
only
little
feel
later?
say got out the water, bring him one something, and we bring him heart play me together, or even
Thanks. So happy World Water
Go
Day,
ahead.
everyone. I wanted
Welcome,
to come on
sister.
exactly at 2:22 on March 22nd. And just as I hoped, we have 22 people here in the room. So it's all very magical. 22 is my favorite number. It also happens to be my birth date, not this month in July. And water is my very favorite element. And I've had a long love affair with water from an early age. From my adolescence, I got interested in water as an energetic communicator. And in earlier phases of my life, I did research on water and its ability to hold and communicate and remember patterns of information, patterns of light, patterns of higher dimensional light, and even work with water in a healing context from that perspective, from that vibrational perspective. I also did some work on water's capacity to store and become transformed by coherent heart energy. So our hearts, our heart fields, our heart coherence makes a difference in and to water. And today I just really wanted to join with other water lovers to really honor and commune with water. And lately in the last few years, and especially this past year, I have been working a lot with my voice as a conduit for divine energy, for higher dimensional energies. And I've been doing what I call sacred sound infusions, using my voice with that intent to bring in higher dimensional energies for healing and expansion. And this week, I was prompted by Spirit to do a sacred sound infusion, to create one in honor of water. And I did. I did. And then I also realized that it was also wanting to be a visual. So I literally just finished creating a video to go with the sacred sound infusion. And I call it Water Prayer. And it's really meant to honor water, to recognize the multidimensionality of water, to see water from many different perspectives. And I would say that it's like a reflection within a reflection within a reflection on water. And to kind of open, I just wanted to lead us into a little meditative state so that we can listen to this offering in a place where we're actually immersed in water and communing with water. I'll just say a couple things about it musically. The sound infusion is in the key of D, and the key of D is connected with the sacral chakra, which has the element of water. And it also incorporates musically a lot of dissonances, and I did that purposely to kind of create these reflections within reflections. And I also used the harmonic series, also called the overtone series, as a theme in the sound infusion, for those who know what that is. So I don't have the best internet, I don't know if the video is going to come through smoothly. It may not, but I noticed the ones that Shonda was sharing were also coming through not exactly smoothly. So I'm not sure if it would help if she shared it. And anyway, it would take a long time to send it. So I'll do my best to share it. If it doesn't come through the best, I'm also going to be sharing it, or I'll have some help to share it on the Awakening World show tomorrow night with Scott Katamas. And that's going to be tomorrow from 6 p.m. Pacific time. I think my offering is going to be closer to about 7:15 or 7:30 if you'd like to come on and join us there as well. But I'll do my best to share it here, and I hope at least you will experience the sound aspect of it and be able to immerse yourself in a communion with water. So let's just go into our hearts for a moment. Let's take some deep breaths in and through the heart. Let's imagine as we sink deeper into our heart that we're actually sinking into water and that we are immersed fully in water. And as we activate a feeling of love in our hearts, that coherent energy goes out as waves that interact with the waves within water. And in that way, we connect with water at a very deep soul level. And from this place, we can come to know and understand the essence of water. As we go into the sound infusion and video, let's stay in that place of that immersion in water, that communion with water, loving and appreciating water, having the desire and intention to know water at a deeper and deeper level, to really understand its multidimensional essence. I will share the video.
Well, that certainly came through a lot clearer than Wednesday. You had no technical problems on that. That is really a beautiful production, Dana. Congratulations. And I hope this is just the first of many, many more to come. Maybe we've lost your mic. Check your audio over there.
Sorry, I forgot to turn it back up. I
Yeah,
turned it,
there you
I
are.
turned it down during the video. Thank you, everyone, and thank you for experiencing that with me. And I forgot to mention that it's best to listen with headphones. So if you do listen to it again, it's really good to listen to it with headphones because it's designed in that way for kind of a multi-dimensional experience. And I just thought I would mention, if it's okay, that I have created a fundraiser to support my work with Sacred Sound. And I really appreciate anyone who wants to support in any way, any amount. Everything makes a big difference to me, especially right now, so that I can continue my work in Sacred Sound and also do it in a better way, as I usually, like right now, I don't have a lot of technical setup at all, so I do it as I can. But Spirit has said that it's time to take this work, this soul mission, this sacred mission, to its next level. So I will put a link in the chat for that. And let's see, I had copied it, but I'll go to my email to find that.
Now, if I understood what I heard on Unity Earth Weekly Call Wednesday, you're working with a $30 mic and software online, free software online.
Yeah, exactly.
Baby, you definitely need your own studio. Do you have keyboards? Do you have piano at all? I know you're an amazing player. I saw you play during the holidays.
Well, when I stay at my parents' house where I am right now, we have a piano, but it's downstairs and it's not really integrated with my computer setup at all. So it would be nice to have a keyboard that I could do all that stuff on. I used to have a keyboard at different stages of my life, but not currently. And I'd love to get like crystal bowls so that I could do some of my own background tracks, because right now I use kind of existing backgrounds to layer in my music, but it would be nice to start to be able to do some of my own. And so I'd love to get some sound bowls and chimes and other instruments and a better setup so I can do live what I just did that is recorded, because I don't yet have the capacity to do something like that live, but it's possible. So I just put the link in the chat for my GoFundMe. And again, I really appreciate everyone's support. If you'd like to share it as well with your networks, that would really help as well. And I'd kind of like to open up the conversation to any reflections that anyone had, either on the piece that was just shared, your communion with water through that, or any reflections that you might have about water as a conscious entity. I'd love to hear your perspectives.
And please raise your hand so it'll throw you to the front of the line and we can find you.
Annalise? Oh, yeah, go ahead. Can she unmute? Are you able to unmute?
Yeah, I just wanted to tell you how deeply it touched my waters, and I really felt this multidimensional aspect in it. Everything was touched upon. I love that very much. And it was also so soothing. You know, sometimes I feel like when going out in the world and being with all also in lower frequencies, maybe. It feels sometimes difficult to hold everything or not fall through. And then I almost forget that I'm this soothing water, but I also become fire sometimes. It was so beautiful that Sister Patricia said about, she said a beautiful thing about the water, that we have a possibility to we need a space where we can correct ourselves and say, excuse me, that we do not have that really in our Western society. But water reminds me, when the soothing of the water is coming in again, I feel, oh, my water is diminishing my too much of fire sometimes. And that's so important in this world. We need that so much. I'm so grateful how you bring this. Well, it's really like my body is reacting to your healing music. So I just wanted to say that and thank you for that.
Oh, thank you for that feedback. It means a lot to me to know how people experience it. Thank you. Anyone else have any perspectives on what you just experienced, or your experience with water as we immersed ourselves in it, or anything you want to share about how you see water as a consciousness, as an intelligence, as a living a living entity that interacts with us? I really believe water is the most advanced consciousness on earth, and we have yet to really discover that. And once we do, just like I said in my prayer at the very end of the video, that it will transform life on earth. Oh,
Yes, I really want to say something about this consciousness. This morning when I went out, I live for 20 meters from the water, from the river. It's called the Vecht in Dutch, and Vecht means fighting, but it's streaming through a little village which is called Peaceland, Vreeland. So this is balancing it, I always say. But I could really see the water greeting me this morning and life greeting me. It was like all stream and all wind was almost as if it came in a place where I was standing, and I could see that there was life underwater, like the fishes were in the water, as if they wanted to say hello. And I really felt so blessed. I said, oh my goodness, if we are really conscious of that I'm with this water, we are one. And then look what happens. It's so much more than just a river passing through this village. It's a friend. It's yeah, it holds so much which I just am about to experience. And this is what I wanted to add. It's becoming more and more in my conscious, and also that I feel that I can communicate with as interspecies. So this is quite new to me, and I just wanted to add that.
that's amazing. Definitely keep developing that, I would say. And we can do the same with the water that we drink, to communicate, to commune, to even program it. It is a programmable, imprintable entity, but it's also interactive. It's not just like a blank slate, it's interactive. So we can ask water to assist us with everything that we're currently facing, health challenges, intentions, whatever we wish to take in, whatever we wish to emanate. I was going to mention one other thing. The connection between water and sound is, I believe, also very important. Water, sound, and light. And I see myself working in the future with water and with sound in water. I would like to create environments where perhaps sacred sound infusions are done in water, and people can experience the benefits of that. And I would like to work with sound in the ocean, because the earth has a complex energetic grid, and most of the earth is the ocean. So most of the earth's energetic grid lines lie within the ocean. So it's part of my vision to work with sound to energize, to activate, to harmonize the earth's energetic grids that lie in water, just as our cousins, the whales and dolphins, already do all the time. So I can.
Dana, love, I'm going to jump in here really quick. I've just got a call from Becky. She's requesting that we close up at the top of the hour. She has to sound check all the new Restream keys before 22 prayers come on. I thought we had to 6:30, but she's requesting we close up at 6. So you've got about, I think about 10 minutes. So what we'd like to do is anybody wants any comments or any consultation with Dana, please raise your hand really quick. We have to close down in about 10 minutes.
That's plenty of time.
Good. Okay, I'm scrolling for hands or.
Tammy?
Yes, Tammy. Hang on, Tammy, let me get you unmuted. I'm having it that way. Come on in.
Hi. Sorry, I'm in my little off the grid home here. Thank you for your authenticity. I can just feel your passion and your connection to water, as I have, had that connection since I was a young child. It was my baptism. It was my way to let go of the crazy of an alcoholic home and just kind of recalibrate, just jumping in the cold water. And I would love to support you on your mission, so thank you for reaching out and being able to ask for what you need. It's such a challenge for women to say, I need some support so I can bring forth my mission. So thank you for that. And I will be happy to do that. And thank you to everyone. We're actually 99-point-something% molecularly water, because water molecules are very small, and it's work of Jerry Pollack. And yeah, so eating living food right from the earth, it's mostly water, and it knows how to be structured. And thank you all, you water bodies, for showing up, and the sacredness of women everywhere around the world. I'm in Canada right now, and it's turned into a really blustery day, and the water is showing up like white stuff on the ground. And so I'm grateful to be here and grateful to be alive in these really precarious times, and grateful to be a water body. So thank you, and I'm happy to support you moving forward as you make music to help us all heal. I felt really healed by that present. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you, Tammy.
Hello, I'm called Marty. I'm also from Canada, and we also have white stuff on the ground. It's, I guess, -10 Celsius or 14 Fahrenheit. And I just wanted to point out that I've added in the chat the Ojibwe Algonquin water song. We sing this at the Chaudière Falls viewing area in Ottawa, Canada, every Sunday afternoon. We have three other First Nations songs. And this is a particular interesting song because it got revived in the prison for women system. And for a while, only women were allowed to sing it. And now men are invited to sing it as well. We use 2 sticks to click, click, click as we sing the song. And we turn to each of the 4 directions, starting first in the east direction. Wow. So just thought I'd share that with you. There's a video link so that you can see a group of women doing it as well. It's a catchy tune. I hope you like it.
Thank you. Thanks for sharing that. So that
All
link
about
is in the
water.
chat. All about water. That's amazing. I see the lyrics are there. We sing the song like a lullaby. The song means the water is the life's blood of our mother, the earth. Water is the life's blood of our own bodies. Grandma Nancy. Awesome. Thank you so much for sharing.
Yeah, you have the YouTube link as well. So I encourage you.
Thank you, Brother Thomas.
You're welcome.
Anyone else have any comments or questions? We are right at about 8 minutes. Doug, are you there, Brother Doug? Because he has I'm going to ask you to unmute, and I'm going to bring you in here. Doug is the family alchemist, and he's playing with water. Tell us what you're doing, brother.
Okay, I can give you a little rundown on the multi-dimensional aspect of water here. Hopefully the computer will stay going here. Okay, there's a solar panel that I have outside here that's connected up to a battery here, which you might say that's the solar takes the sun's rays, puts it through a crystalline structure. That gives electricity that goes to a battery. That's kind of like your earth energy. And then as the battery charges, it produces a gas, water gas, not vapor. That's different. There's like your different dimensions of water, your ice, liquid, vapor, and then gas. Now this gas is HHO gas or whatever you want to call it. It has some magical sides to it, sort of thing. And it's quite it also is what's used. Okay, it happens in nature all the time. Like in a thunderstorm, the gases, it basically produces this gas sort of thing. And that's what enhances the plant growth. Because there's a chemical reaction. The bond angles change in the gas and so on and so forth. It is the gas with an electrical charge to it. It's also, you can breathe this stuff or whatever, or sniff it, whatever. Anyways, and it's very healthy. It's a very balancing to the system sort of thing. And
Can you say again what it is?
pardon?
It's water with extra what in it?
Okay, basically, like I showed you there, the solar panel, then it goes to this battery, which is the nickel iron battery sort of thing. That combination with the electricity gives off this gas, which is water gas, HHO sort of thing, with an electrical charge to it, energized. Different than water vapor, is very much energized. And it's, matter of fact, I'll give you an example here. Okay, it's very explosive also.
So you're putting the gas into water?
explodes.
You're adding the gas back into water? Because it's a liquid.
Yeah, and I put the bubbler in there. Yeah, that's water there. The bubbles are coming up from the battery and through the liquid, and they're very, at that stage, they're very explosive, but you still can breathe it or sniff it, sort of thing. And it'll be, it's very, very healthy because it balances the system. Water is your biggest balancing chemistry on the planet. And when you enhance it with electricity or whatever, and song and prayer does that also. There's no doubt about it, sort of thing. And that enhances the quality of the water, sort of thing. And it's done, you might say magic, can do some magical different things, even some transmutation, changing one element to another element, sort of thing.
So, Brother Doug, are we speaking of H2O2 on steroids?
Okay, that would be. That's a good enough. That's a good
yeah,
enough.
that's a good one. Okay, brother Doug, much love, but Dana only has 4 minutes left, so we're going to give her the floor to close out. We always love Brother Doug when he shows up. He's always got something interesting. Okay. Oh, Dana, you have the floor, dear. We have 4 minutes.
4 minutes, okay. Some people were asking, is there a link to my video? I literally just finished it like right before, like, an hour or so before I came on this show. So it's not on YouTube yet, but it will be by either later tonight or tomorrow, probably by tomorrow. And then I'm also going to be sharing it on Scott's Awakening World show tomorrow night, which is at 6 p.m. It starts at 6 p.m. Pacific time, and I'll probably be on after 7, sometime after 7:30 ish. So, so if you'd like to join that show, you can either subscribe to it, which is it's only $20 for a whole season, or you can also watch it on Facebook and YouTube. So The Awakening World, look up The Awakening World and the Global Peace Tribe. And then when I do have the YouTube video, I can put it out there. Maybe I'll add it to my fundraising page so people have another example of my work. So or you can always email me. I'll put my email in the chat if people want to be in touch about water. I'm always interested to connect with others about water. For a while, like in COVID year, like 2020, I had a water study group, an online water study group where we met and we talked about water. We did meditations, we did scientific research, we did reading, we did all sorts of ways of understanding more about water. And it was a really beautiful group. I called it the Water Study Group. And we had some guest speakers. We had John Stewart Reed, the sound researcher, cymatics researcher, and a couple of other guests. And I might at some point reactivate that group. It was really great. There were a lot of people also in the resonance science community who joined that group. So it was kind of a scientific, spiritual group. So in any case, if you would like to reach me or dialogue further about water, I'll put my email in the chat.
Wonderful. Dana, if you will, I'm going to take the last couple of minutes here to give an update because we will be back here tonight. We just have to shut down to reset the room with another host. And Dana, also, can you look up Awakening World and put the time and stuff so we can come see you over there with Scott? And so this is what's about to happen. We're going to close down for an hour. Reverend Becky will come in, reset the room for a sine wave because the prayers of 22 women will start in an hour. And that will be live from Palenque. So we all need to be back here to watch that because Palenque will be here. And this is a monthly event that has been going on for, I think, about 4 years on the 22nd of the month. Half of the 22 women that are involved in this are in Palenque. So there may be 100 people in this room. So y'all be patient, but only 22 people pray. It will be over in 2 hours. So we're looking at being back here in an hour. We will go through the prayer ceremonies for 2 hours, at which time the room is returned to our hosting, and we are bringing in Janice Hall with Uncle Lewis and the Aboriginal Fires in Alaska. And we will probably be here all night. I've dedicated till midnight, but of course they're 15 hours ahead of us, which means it's just, it's in the morning for them over there. So they're just getting started. And this is the Australian Kalahari. So we're really looking forward to having a long, fruitful night ahead of us. So Dana, thank you for letting me do the update. And baby, I'm going to let you have the last closing prayer, please, if you'll take us out.
Thanks, Shonda. So my prayer, honestly, is that all of humanity come to understand water as an advanced consciousness, a multidimensional consciousness, as an energetic communicator, a master energetic communicator, and an energetic communication network, that we see the ocean in a new way as a communication network, and actually all bodies of water, that we see the water that we take in a new way as a consciousness that interacts with us. And that we begin to honor and treat water from that perspective and really interact with it as a living, conscious, advanced entity and have a new communion with water from a deeper understanding of its true nature. So that is my prayer for humanity. Water doesn't need any help. It's us that need some evolution to understand water at a new level, and that will change life on Earth. So thank you.
Indeed, is that not the truth? Thank you so much, sister. What a beautiful presentation.
You're welcome, Shanda.
We
Thank you
will
all
see
for-
everybody back here in an hour. Much love. Everyone head out. We are closing the room down because they're fixing to come in and reset everything. Much love. We'll be back.